Happy Christmas, everybody. It's episode 145 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and lands beyond as Look Out Sir. My name's Dan, and it's my pleasure to bring you this very special episode, joined as always by my best buddy, my very special pal, good old Phil. How you doing, mate?
Hello. Happy Christmas, everyone. It's, yeah, it's good. I'm here. We're doing a special episode. I'm wrapped up toasty and warm. If I was by a fireplace, that would be lovely. No, instead, it's about 0 degrees outside. I've in my shed, which has no insulation whatsoever. I've got 4 layers on. I've got a Christmas hat, got some Christmas lights on to keep me company, and I've got a heater and a hot water bottle. And the heater has to be off while we're recording, so I'm trying to stay as warm as possible while we're doing this.
Well, I, by stark contrast, Phil, am riddled with disease and feel incredibly warm and would enjoy some of your coldness.
Oh, we can maybe do a bit of a temperature swap. How about
that would be fine, but unfortunately, geographically inconvenient to facilitate, I would imagine.
True, and I also don't want you cold.
No, I wouldn't either, mate, unfortunately, but I have it, so there you go. But that's not the only thing I have. I have whatever it is that we're talking about in this, the Christmas episode of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Look Out Sir. What is it, Phil?
Yes, so, you know, it is the Christmas special. We're going to talk about all things Christmas, but actually we've got the Astra Militarum Codex at hand. That hard to find special edition cover goodness. So we are doing one of those tiresome Codex episodes that we all know and love, but it's going to be the best episode ever because it's the Guard.
Abso-flippin'-lutely. But before we get into that, we're going to have a 5-star review.
Come on now, Timmy. You've got your orders. You've got to do it.
But I don't want to, sir.
You've got your orders. Now get up there, get over that trench, and get me that 5-star review, and get it back here right away.
Okay, sir.
Now, Phil, we got to break the fourth wall here, as it were. Normally, I would ask you where this week's review has come from. But you already know the answer, because this isn't the first time we've recorded this segment today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we lost an hour and a half's worth of recording and have to redo it all again. No, not whatsoever. I've just got telekinetic, psychic... Is it telekinetic? Probably not. Psychic abilities.
Telekinesis?
Maybe, yeah.
I think if
shall I guess?
Telekinetic, you can
That's
move
moving
things
stuff.
with your mind.
Yeah,
and I think it's telekinesis is when you can
penetrate
things with your brain. Yeah, exactly. I think that's how it works.
Should I say the wrong thing to maintain the illusion?
No, you could just say it's Pete from Audible UK.
It's, Audible UK. Everyone.
I mean, you're going to take it to the next level. It's Audible UK and it's a guy called Pete.
Pete_builds_stuff.
Yeah, that's him.
Well done, Pete.
Exactly. We actually have already once reviewed Pete_builds_stuff. We've already reviewed their Instagram page once already as well. That was going into the intro that we had already recorded. Not the intro, we're doing that now. The outro that we also already recorded when we discovered that nothing of Phil's had properly rendered. So it all went a bit weird. But there you go. That's how it is. Right, let's get back into it. So, so this review comes by way of Pete_builds_stuff via Audible UK. It is written as such, amazing and wonderful 5 stars, which is, of course, a prerequisite of appearing here in the 5-star review segment. And if it was that you were so kind as to leave us a 5-star review somewhere on the internet, you would appear here in this segment of the show. Obviously not manifested in reality. We wouldn't be able to transport you through the power of our, psychic entity power, mental words, Phil, help me.
I know that would be good. I mean, if we brought them along and they could do a live recording in your house, that would be excellent.
I mean, it would definitely require a lot more preparation than we're used to. It's fair to say.
That's true. They'd have to have a glass screen between you and them, so
Currently,
they
for sure,
can't get your cold and they can't touch you.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a cold I have at the moment or whether it's like a flu. Could be the dreaded COVID again, Phil. It could be COVIDed up again.
Oh, well, it's good thing I didn't hang out with you last weekend.
No, indeed.
And I'm saying that not sarcastically, because I actually didn't.
No, exactly. It worked out for the best. Anyway, if you want to be like Pete_builds_stuff, please do, because we really appreciate it. We also really appreciate our patrons. One thing we did also want to highlight is that for the first time, not ever, but in a very long time, we have taken it upon ourselves to actually create something bespoke for our patrons. So for those who listened in the last episode, me and Phil have committed in the year 2023 to producing one exclusive piece of content for our patrons. And the first of those is going to be made available while this podcast is out here today in the world. So as of, what date does this go out? The 18th? 17th? 17th. I'm going to say 17th. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's 8 a.m. on the 17th. That's where I'm getting all confused. So at that time, according to you anyway, Phil, our patron will also have a battle report, right?
Yes, it's scheduled to go up, so it should happen. AM GMT time. All things, fingers crossed, goes well. So it should be up there. It's half hour long, a casual, well edited, professional piece that will rival the likes of the YouTube elites of BatRep 40k players. Obviously, it will be top tier or garage basement basic. You can decide when you watch it and let us know what you think.
It's as good as Warhammer Plus.
Well, I mean, we'd probably be on track to put out as much content as they do next year, I think.
I think we already
at least in hourlies, not in maybe episodic numbers, but definitely in terms of the amount of hours you get. I think we do, yeah.
So yeah, it was just a fun idea to do something a little extra for those that support us, and we wanted to show our thanks and gratitude with extra content, which is what we've done, right, Phil, or what we will do going forwards.
Yes, fingers crossed we can keep to it.
I hope so. Well, we've committed, Phil. One of the things that's good about us is once we have said we're going to do it, we're pretty consistent in actually doing it, I find.
Yeah, mostly, I'd say. Yeah.
No, I think so. I think that's been, when you and I sit down and have our annual, what are we doing with this podcast chat? Once we've agreed on an outcome, we do tend to stick to it. So
that is true. Yeah. We'll
see how it goes. Anyway, look, all that being said, let's get into amazing and wonderful from Pete_builds_stuff. Oh, God, my health is deteriorating as this is going on. Like, you got the best out of me at the start. Like, as this has gone on, it's getting worse.
Now you're slowly dying.
I am, mate. I really am. Ugh. Okay. Right, let's go. Amazing and wonderful. Well, what can I say about this podcast? Dan and Phil are wonderful hosts and have great knowledge about all things Warhammer 40k. Not entirely sure that's entirely accurate, but we appreciate that we're able to give off that illusion, right, Phil?
Yeah, we try our best, yeah. We talk a good game. It's the old classic Marnus Calgar flat 3 damage.
Dang straight. Which he may well have in the future.
I mean, does he not have it now? Like in
no,
this
he definitely
edition?
Doesn't have it now.
Oh, is he still on D3?
He's still on D3, yeah.
Yeah. That's shameful. But cheating all these editions, Dan.
I mean, I did it in one, but...
I know, but I mean, when it is finally correct and it's flat 3 damage, you'll be
Yeah.
You can sleep sound.
I bet, though, it'll be like 3 plus D3 or something, just to...
Probably to compensate for the swing.
Exactly. Anyway, I've spent many commutes, building and painting sessions, listening to them. I do, however, hate Codex reviews, because I always then want to do that army after listening to that episode. Keep up the good work. Pete_builds_stuff. And we are going to look at and or critique, review your Instagram page in the outro. Isn't that right, Phil?
That's true. I'm secretly hoping there's going to be some cute hedgehog videos over on his page.
Me also. Although, having already looked, I think we're not going to necessarily have any luck.
I'm still trying to maintain the illusion that this is a
this is us doing it for the first time.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was going for.
You don't need to maintain the illusion after we've burst that bubble, mate.
I just want the magic of I just want the hedgehogs, to be honest, if anything. I'm just hoping that in the last half an hour he might have posted one up for me.
Do you think you've adequately introduced the concepts of how you like to look at hedgehogs on the internet? Because obviously when we did this the first time around, I felt like it more naturally came about and there was a bit more kind of, organic banter about it. Whereas this time it feels like you just sort of shoehorned it in because you felt like it was something that was really good in the first recording.
No, I just really like hedgehogs, so I'm just going to keep going on about it.
Fair enough. Do you have an especially strong opinion on Sonic the Hedgehog?
I hate him.
Oh, wow.
It's got to be real pet hedgehogs.
Real pet hedgehogs.
Yeah.
Not
the way they move is a
blue.
little bit like... No, I'm a Mario fanboy, if I had to pick. So Sonic's out, I'm afraid.
No, fair enough.
Although there was a very old, great video of a hedgehog scuttling around on a road, and someone had obviously added the Sonic music along with a couple of golden rings, virtually,
Brilliant.
for him to run through. Amazing.
Incredible. I suppose you could dress a hedgehog up like Mario. That would be quite a vision.
I bet you could. It is a thing on Instagram. People do like to dress their hedgehogs up.
Hey, here's an obscure reference from early 90s collectible toys. I wonder if anyone remembers the collectible toy range of, not My Pet Monsters. I think it was like Pet Alien, something like that. It was like a little capsule toy, and you would open it and have like an alien in it and the rest of it, or like a monster. It was like a monster, I forget. But the point is that one of the monsters I vividly remember was like a humorous merger of Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario, and it was called Chronic the Hedgehog, and it was a hedgehog plumber in purple dungarees. And I remember that some of the more expensive, because they had tiers to these collectible toys, and some of the more expensive ones had sensors underneath them, and you rub your hand underneath them, and it would make like an LED and spooky noises go off. Do you remember those, Phil?
See, when you first talked about it, I was like, oh, this is vaguely something I remembered. But the more you've talked about it, the more clueless I am. So I've got no idea. Maybe.
Somewhere out there on the internet, someone's nostalgia for that very obscure, poorly explained thing has become, sparked. And they're going to be like, oh, I remember those.
Maybe. Should we go back to the review?
Indeed. Say thanks to Pete and we'll move along.
Thanks, Pete, very much for your kind review. Always greatly appreciated. Really sad that you don't like our Codex episodes. Don't worry, neither do we. But no, because it is a Codex episode, obviously. So maybe if you don't collect Guard, in fact, we've looked at your Instagram, we know you don't. So maybe now you'll be inspired to collect some Guard minis to add to your collection of other minis. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. I'm going to make you wait to the outro to see what he collects.
Buy some Caskins. I hear they're good. Transitional noise. Woo! Oh, Merry Christmas as well. Woo! Merry Christmas, Phil.
I thought we'd do it in the outro. Proper Merry Christmas to everyone.
Yeah, but we should do it as often as possible.
Eat some mince pies, everyone.
That was a bad one, but they'll do. All right, everyone. In this part of the podcast, the main event, we're going to talk about Codex Astra Militarum. Are they Astra Militarum to you yet, Phil? Have you accepted that?
I use them interchangeably. I sometimes say Astra Militarum, to be correct. Sometimes I say Imperial Guard.
Or just Guard?
Or Guard, yeah.
You never just refer to them as the Astra or the Militarum? Sometimes you will call them the Militarum, I suppose. That can occasionally, maybe, possibly, never happen.
Never come out of my mouth, that's for sure.
No. The forces of the... Yeah, no, you normally will always go with the Astra bit at the start of it, won't you? But there you go.
Yeah.
To some, the Guard. To some, the Astra Militarum. Others, the Emperor's Finest.
To others, the Umis.
The Umis, absolutely. Typically, we try and do a cover review for codexes. Doesn't necessarily feel entirely appropriate in this instance on account of the fact that, this isn't really the actual cover. But I suppose we will do a review of Horsey Man on cover.
True, and on the back it's got the Rogel Dawn as well, which is, to be fair, whenever I look at the artwork of the Rogel Dawn, this one in particular, I'm like, oh, that's quite a fantastic looking tank. I'm just a bit like, why doesn't it look like that in the model?
It's strange,
it obviously
isn't it?
does to an extent, but also doesn't. So I think it's because it's got a smaller turret on it. That is my general feeling on it, I think.
It is fair, because I think, to your point, like, I think the gate, as it were, the it's wider, isn't it? In this picture, it appears chunkier, which I think does it a service.
Yeah,
whereas
with a slightly lower profile potentially, it does have a few distinct differences, but like really minor things, like the track detail is different from the one on the actual model, and little changes like that. But overall, it's mostly the same. But I think it almost feels, it feels a bit more squarer than the rounded, edged version that is the actual model, although obviously it's based on the model, so it's just got a bit of artistic license on it. But yeah, it looks good. Same with the Lord Solar Leontus. I get it right this time. On the front cover, he's looks better here than he does on the model,
for sure. I mean, obviously, it's a really striking image. It's clear what its inspirations are, which is clear what the inspirations are for the sort of model itself, right? Like the whole kind of Zap Brannigan on is it Zap Brannigan?
You're talking about the Futurama reference. Oh, sorry, I was actually going to say the original Napoleon.
No, I know. I also was going to mention that what I was doing, Phil. You see, I was trying to make out like I was
teasing me.
I was going to talk about the Napoleonic reference, but then I thought, I'd pretend as if I was talking about Zap Brannigan the whole time. But yeah, look, I think here's my problem with it. Right, as a piece of artwork denoting the Guard, if I pick this up and I look at this is not the Guard, right? Nothing about that is the Guard, and.
Yeah, but yes, I see what you mean, because actually depicted is the Lord Solar, a bunch of elite guardsmen carrying banners that, if anything, look more like Crusaders, and Crusaders aren't in Codex, which we'll talk about in a bit. There's a surf type guy at the very front who looks like his face is about to melt off.
Yes.
You're right. No actual guardsmen are depicted here. This could be almost like the Imperial Army of old.
Yeah.
Or the Solar Auxilia, for example. Or I presume it's all Lord Solar's retinue. So I sort of, you've got quite a good point, actually.
Yeah. I think as a front cover that is supposed to denote the army of the Guard, right? Like, here's the thing.
This isn't the archetype of the Guard.
No.
If you were to pick a Codex cover as your way of picking an army, which I think, to be fair, is what draws a lot of people in. this wouldn't be it. But this is a limited edition cover.
Yes, exactly.
It's in a box, and the box art, I presume, has the Codex cover on it, which does show the Guard, or at least the Cadians.
Yeah.
So that does a better job of conveying the army.
In fact, actually, because as is typically the format, the image that will clearly be the cover is here, isn't it, on page 3 or 4. So that typically, I mean,
and that is a really cool image, I would say. I love that there's like a giant, like a drop ship or giant blimp where all of these men and women are disembarking, right? They're all pouring out, which is a fantastic sort of visual image.
I think, sincerely, this is still a strong piece of artwork. The piece that we're talking about here, which is the pictures of the Cadians. So this is the piece of artwork that you will see on the box of the Cadia Stands box set, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So basically, this is that piece of Guard artwork that is clearly going to be the front cover, because as is typical of Games Workshop, they put the front cover image on a few pages in, as they have here. And I think this is a good, strong piece of artwork. I think it's clear that it's been done by that guy that's done a lot of the artwork that we've liked, or it's someone being very heavily influenced by that person. I don't necessarily feel like it's one of the strongest examples of it, but I think it is good. I think it's really good. I feel like this is so much more what you want to see on the cover of a Guard Codex, which is what you will see on the cover of the Guard Codex if you're looking at it once the Guard Codex is actually readily available. This Lord Solar guy, as I say, it's just... And it's a shame in a way, because in a way it's sort of... I understand why they've done it, because the Lord Solar is the new sexy thing that they want to big up, and it also, obviously, as an image, it's really strong, and also, it kind of gives off the prestige, I suppose, because it's like, look, you've got the version with the big important bloke on it, so it's more better than just the grunts. But to me, it sort of shows a potential lack of understanding about what people like about the Guard, and I think, again, without getting into it too much before we need to get into it, but I think, for me, I feel like the Lord Solar exemplifies some of the worst aspects of the Guard. Even though I don't hate the model, I just think it's I don't necessarily know if it's the bit that people fall in love with all the time. Although, again, I still also love all the grimdark, weird, random emperors. We like the emperor.com. Anyway, I like the image, but it's just not Guard. And that's a shame. But at the end of the day, it works well, and it creates for what is quite a nice tome. The reverse of the tank. It's a nice picture of a tank. So well done them. It's all right overall. And the image that it will eventually come to be, it's all right. It's pretty good. That's my summary on all of that. What are you saying, Phil?
I really like the Guard image in the book that will be the future Codex. The Commissar with his bolt pistol, swinging his chainsword around wildly with a little servo skull unit attached to him. I like him. I want him as a mini, which is what often happens when I see the guy who illustrates this stuff. He always puts stuff in there that doesn't exist. But you're just like, dear God, make this a mini and I will buy 10 of them. A bit like the Archmagos Dominus on the Adeptus Mechanicus cover.
But again,
suitably grimdark. I do like it, this one.
Because again, what I will say is that Commissar image is what I envision within Commissars, like mad, over the top, covered in regality. That's the stuff right there. The only bit of it I don't overly get along with is the person off to the right, to the bottom right of like the main foreground guardsman, the one that looks like they're trying to bite their chainsword. I'm like, oh, okay.
Right.
Sort of driven.
I assume they're grimacing menacingly at someone just off camera.
Oh, okay.
What I love though is all the detail. So there's literally writing you can read on the chainsword and on the guy's lasgun and on his shoulder pad and all of that sort of stuff. The image really actually reminds me, it's very evocative of the very original like Imperial Army Imperial Guard back then. There's the second ed main image for the Guard. It was on their plastic box set. It was, in fact, I posted it up on one of our socials one time earlier this year. So it's like just a side view of loads of guardsmen running around with their, sunglasses on, and there's like two commissar. There's I think an officer and a commissar leading it at the front, and there's all these titans in the background, sort of firing away and stuff. And this is sort of like a modern recreation of that. It feels like it's showing you that just an endless wave of men and machines fighting, and that is pretty
because
impressive.
that was the Imperial Guard Codex for 5th edition, I think. Was like when I think the Imperial Guard 5th edition Codex still stands up as my favourite, I'd say. And then I'd probably go so far as to say I think they had I feel like for me it was, I don't know, I still have a soft spot for the old Imperial Guard Codex with the Catachans from 2nd edition.
Oh yeah, no, they
remember
were good.
those ones? That one that was a classic. But no, I definitely remember the 5th edition cover was pretty strong, and the rest of them kind of blur. Because I feel like in the older codexes, the artists or whatever they had, in-house working on codexes back in the day could never. It felt like certainly in a period of time they never went really too far beyond like 4 or 5, characters on the screen. Until they got to a point where they went like to 5th edition where they went, screw it. The thing about Guard is there's loads of them, and just sort of go that way. Whereas I feel like old Guard codexes, such as the 2nd edition one, was just, here's a few Catachan shooting out into nothing. And I feel like the 3rd edition one was like just one dude. In fact, that was the thing, wasn't it? With like 6th and 7th edition, it just became Commissar, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was really disappointing that they reused that Commissar image for, I think, 2, if not 3 codexes in a... Right, I'm just trying to think what was on the 8th edition one.
It was Commissar, I think. I think it was just the Commissar.
Yeah, I think, because the 7th one, there wasn't the 7th one. It was 6th ed came at the very end of 6, just before 7th came. 7th, they didn't get one at all.
No.
8th was the same Commissar as the 6th one, if I recall correctly.
Correct, yeah.
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 And it was, again, used as the intro page on the index as well.
Yes.
Yeah, so that one's had a lot of use.
Yeah, that Commissar has done the rounds, but now we have, potentially anyway, a pretty beautiful cover for him. So that's cool. So anyway, there you go. Before we get into the rules and junk, is there anything that stood out to you within this book straight away that you wanted to shout out or talk about? Are you especially happy with any particular elements or things that caught your eye?
So I've read 90% of it, right? I've read
all the words, Phil, all of them.
Not all of them.
Okay.
I've read the Crusade stuff, which is interesting.
Nice, strong.
Seems
Love
half
it.
decent. I've read all the lore side. I think I skipped over to Warzone books because I haven't had time. But it is a bit light, right? Especially in comparison to previous editions, whereas literally before every single unit would have like a 1-page entry or at least a half-page entry talking what it was. You want to know what a rattling is? They've got you. You want to know what an ogren is? There's like a whole page telling you what it does. In this, they've sort of blocked it out into sort of a more kind of like an organisational top-level view down. So they've got a page all about armoured regiments, and in that they talk about tanks. And they've got about Imperial infantry regiments, so that, you'll get a little mention here and there of a Catachan or a Krieg. You'll get a little... Literally, if you want to know what the Rogel Drawn battle tank is, if you want to know if lore-wise it is a brand new tank, or if it has existed throughout time, but we've only finally seen models for it, a bit like the Imperial Knights, well, you'll have no clue from reading this. They just say they're one of the largest tanks, bar the super heavies, and that is pretty much all they tell you about that tank. It is so light on the story. It's a bit mad. If you want to know about Ursula Creed, she gets a little box out. So there's like a couple of paragraphs, and they basically tell you that she's now in charge and that she wears her dad's coat that mysteriously appeared one day to her, and like that's it. If you want to know anything about Lord Solar Leontus, God, there's even less. Other than that, he's the person that rules the Segmentum Solar, I guess, for the Imperial Army, and that he's part of the defense of the Imperium. He kind of goes on the attack, and that's kind of it. There's like a couple of paragraphs. It's not like a whole page of info about him. Yeah, it is a bit weird. It's a bit of a shame. I sort of understand it because there's so much dedicated to the rules now.
Yeah, of course.
There's more units. There's crusade rules. There's all the different, regiment abilities and, special rules and upgrades that you can do. So yeah, almost if you're a new Imperial Guard player and you want to know much more about the background, you're better off actually trying to get the current 8th edition book, because that's actually jam-packed full of really useful info, I think, as a sort of a ground up level.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's beautifully presented. The artwork's fantastic.
Yeah.
They've delved into some bits that they never have before. So there's a whole bit about the Sabbat worlds, which is a tie-in to the novels, which is really cool. Obviously, you've got Gaunt's Ghost as a model range as well, so I think that's why they've done that one as well. They've got cool colorways. There's a cool camo version of the Rogel Dawn, which makes it look a lot better. There's a page dedicated to the death of Yarrick, which is a notable omission from the Codex. I mean, do you want to talk about that now? As a little segue of things that aren't in the Codex.
Yeah, we can talk about that. I just wanted to sort of just quickly dwell on some of the points you just said there, because I think it's really interesting, isn't it, that obviously, like you say, like that they've chosen to go down the route of, well, we're not going to say whether they found it, whether it's always been there. We're just going to leave it super vague because in that vagueness, I guess, we create the ultimate level of ambiguity, and then people can just fill in the blanks. So it becomes a case of, like, through probably a process of Black Library novels and fan interactions, the mythos or the history of these items will become kind of defined by us, I suppose, over time with Games Workshop, as is often the way with these things, I suppose. So yeah, that was interesting, but I think I'm not overly shocked that they're not giving like silly levels of detail, but that is a shame, because you would think, certainly with like the Lord Solar guy, like you think like, well, he needs a bit of explaining, right? Like, because we kind of need to understand his place within the overall structure of it, because now you've essentially positioned this person in this kind of high-ranking Lord of War position, and it's like, well, this is the one that's in charge of all of it, and it's a bit like, oh, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Especially when, as you've just been saying, like some of the ancient kind of beloved heroes of the Guard have been killed off, I suppose. So some of the more kind of iconic aspects of the army have been taken away and been replaced with these weird, Age of Sigmar models, and it's like, what's going on? It's like this is starting to feel like a very different force to what I'm used to. But it's just interesting. Really interesting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, so Lord Solar Leontus, he gets 4 paragraphs in a little box out. So effectively half a page, which is more than some of the others, for sure.
Did he work his way up from the bottom, or was he always just in charge?
Well, it says here, he hails from one of Terra's noblest families.
Gotcha.
And has
Posh boy.
A peerless lineage of service dating back countless generations. So it sounds like
nepotism.
Yes, he bought his way. He bought his commission, as they used to do in the army. Maybe.
Beautiful. Well, there we go. I'm sure the forces of the Guard love rallying around him.
I mean, that sort of feels like that's what commissars and guardsmen are all about. So I don't mind that, because that is very Napoleonic.
Well, to me, though, I feel like they've always had a bit more crazy to them. I've never looked at the commissars and gone, yes, the thing about them commissars is is that they're all from noble households and they're all posh boys. I go, no, they're just...
Well, that's true.
They're the
so
biggest
the
nutters.
Scions are the posh boys as well, but they get stuck in.
Well, fair enough. I suppose that's just par for the course. It's just such an uninspiring narrative, isn't it? It's just like, this was the wealthiest person around. They got to be in charge. All right, cool. Tell me about what's missing, Phil.
Oh, so obviously Commissar Yarrick is gone. Crusaders.
Yeah, so how does that work
gone.
then? So how is Commissar Yarrick gone? How did he die?
You don't know. There's a little page talking about his glorious past and the deeds that he's done, and it's just implied that he's dead. They don't give any specifics. Hold on, let me see if I can find it and have a quick...
He's totally coming back with some insane model soon, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I suspect that will be the case.
Well, I hope so.
It's basically like given in the form of like an imperial missive, like a message that's been intercepted, and it's mostly like a lot of it's redacted, and it's talking about the Bell of Lost Souls and how it's rung for the great hero of the Astra Militarum, and it's talking about how he's done the God Emperor's work, and now he's done all he can do, and it's just greatly implied that he is dead, but has given no context as to how or why. I think I found the reason is because he's a Finecast mini, and in my research on the Games Workshop website, basically all Finecast minis, for the most part, aren't on there anymore. They've massively downscaled what is a Finecast mini. The majority of like odd character models tend to still be metal, of all things, which is odd because I thought at one point they shifted them more from metal to Finecast. The only ones that really exist as Finecast tend to be like core unit choices. So a lot of the elder units, like Warp Spiders, they're Finecast, so they're still on the website. Other character models tend to now be metal. There's like, I think the odd exception, like things like a lot of the marine stuff still, like the Tech Marine and the Servitors and stuff, I think they're still available as Finecast. But for the most part, they've just gutted their Finecast range. So I don't know if I think they were Finecast, but the Crusaders have gone as well. Although potentially, and I haven't actually checked, they could have just shifted them over to the Sisters, because they're in the Sisters of Battle Codex. Still with rules, so it might be they don't really fit in with the narrative of the Guardsman army that we want anymore, so we're just gonna get rid of them, even though they would probably look like really cool bodyguards for your Lord Solar model. They've also gotten rid of veteran guardsmen and specialist weapon squads because they never really had their own boxes, so they've just gone for that reason. And I think that's why Yarrick's gone. So I think basically on a corporate level, they've gone, let's get rid of as many Finecast stuff as we can do. They've gotten rid of Yarrick. And then when it comes to the new codex, they're like, oh, we've gotten rid of Yarrick. Okay, so we can't give him a rule anymore. We can't, give him a unit entry because we don't sell the model. And that's generally our in-house rules. So they've just sort of come up with this thing of, we can't just not acknowledge his non-existence, so let's say he's dead. And now the fan outcry has been heard loud and wide across the Imperium of the fan base, from people like me, Guard fans, from people like Richie, who's an Orc fan, who's like, but he's the big boss's baddest enemy, he can't go. So and just in general, I think people do love him because he's like one of the oldest characters dating back to 2nd edition. So yeah, it's a shame they killed him off, but I strongly suspect that, especially based on that Warhammer community article, that they're like, oh yeah, but he's been claimed to have died loads, that they should just bring him back, and he totally deserves a new model.
Can I give you my perspective on it, Phil?
Oh, yeah, by all means.
I'm glad he's dead, and I think it's the right decision, and I encourage them to kill off more people.
Well, yeah, I mean, actually, so this is something we've discussed loads, right?
Just to caveat that one last statement, though, but they do need to do it much better than this. Like, they can't just... I don't want this... because they haven't killed him off, right? We all know they're going to bring back a new model for him because they will have seen it as an opportunity to generate some sales and get some people get back into the Guard army. So 2 years from now, guaranteed, when the new Guard Codex comes out for 10th edition... They will go, and the only thing you'll get for it is Yarrick. And they'll do like a special detachment of Yarricks, Ardnut, Mega Boys, and it'll be like Yarrick can, conjure a War or something. I don't know. But they needed to, honestly, if I were them, if I was in a position to encourage them to do anything, I would have encouraged them to kill him off uncategorically and to make more of a spectacle of it, but ultimately to have just accepted it. Because 40k, if it is to move forwards, definitely needs to kill off more key characters.
Yeah. So this was something we've talked about quite a bit on the show before. Like, it would be cool to kill off planets, kill off characters, but I'm like... anyone but my boy Yarrick. Literally any character in this book. Sergeant Harker, who else have we got? Sly Marbo. Just gut them. Kill. I don't care about any character except Yarrick.
That's why I think it's the perfect decision. It's why I felt like they should have killed Calgar. It's why I keep saying
Dante.
They need to kill off Dante. It's why,
but it does go to show you that if you do kill off a big character, there will always be big backlash to it.
Yeah, of
Although,
course.
weirdly, like, they completely blowed up Cadia. I don't think anyone really goes, "Oh, I can't believe they did that to my Cadian planet." I think most people are like, Cadia stands, Cadians are great, we still survived, because actually, if you're a Cadian player, you can still relish the fact that your army still lives on. It's not
Can I just say, though, as well, though, I hate that.
Oh, you get rid of Acadians?
Yeah. Or just acknowledge that they're not Cadians, they're just other things. Because just be like, well, Cadia was just normal guardsmen. Therefore, a lot of guardsmen happen to look like Cadians, but Cadians themselves are gone.
Yes, and this sort of leads on to an
interesting... Having your cake and eating it too is the thing that irks me the most in these situations. It's like,
yes,
can we not just stand by a decision ever?
Yeah, I think what the coder, if they were to try and finesse it a bit more, what they could have done is and the rules kind of represent this, that you can pick any regiments or whatever. They could have had a standardized Imperial Guard army that could just represent anything. That could have been these new models. And yeah, they look kind of very similar. They are effectively just Cadians, right? But they didn't have to be in the rules. Cadians. Cadian shock troops could have been, they could have actually brought a special squad of, Cadian veterans who are the survivors of Cadia. And it's like a unique special unit that are effectively Cadian shock troops, right? But then all the generic infantry models could just be, classed as generic, which is sort of rules-wise what they are, but fluff-wise don't need to be drawn as Cadians at all. They could be absolutely anything. Sort of like almost the old standard Imperial Army, right? And then you can mix and match all your other regiments into it if you so choose.
Yeah.
And I think almost one of the downsides of the book, which I guess we'll get into at some point, is that there is a real focus on Cadia in the rules. And while it still encourages you to go, well, just take whatever, you can be Krieg, no problem. You can be Catachan, no problem. But actually, if you're not taking your army as Cadian in some fashion, you're losing a ton of options. Like, you're losing a bunch of really cool stratagems. There's a couple of relics that are like Cadian specific, I'm sure. Obviously, you've got some of the better characters. Obviously, you've got Ursula Creed. You've got, and this is the odd one, so the Cadian Castellan. So the Castellan model is like sort of like a standalone single commander model, and this factors into when we need to be able to do orders and stuff. But it's specifically Cadian, and it's like, why was that done when it could have just been called a Castellan? It's just a generic character model. Anyone could take it. But they've deliberately made it Cadian because I guess that's what the model has been sculpted as. It is, I don't know, it's a bit odd.
I had no
so
idea.
There are some,
that is so dumb. Like,
so
just
yeah,
kill them off.
so there
Like,
are some,
get rid of them as a
there
concept.
are some odd choices in there, but they've got plenty of flavourful characters for. Well, none for Krieg, but bar the units. But obviously, you've got Katachan. It gets a decent showing in terms of like their characters, and they're pretty good. So
I suppose it is cool now, though, that you can just sprinkle those into your army, though, right? So you can still go, oh, here's my Katachan characters in my guard army with a mix of stuff.
Yes, with the caveat that it tends to be the Katachan specific models only really buff Katachan models.
Yeah, of course.
The Cadian ones tend to be a bit more generic and affect anyone. So they have gone, oh yeah, if you're going to be Katachan, then only really do Katachan. But Cadian is almost like the vanilla flavour that you add in with anything.
I mean, we need to get into it, right, before we can speak with too much authority about where it's at. I mean, what I like about the design principles of what I'm seeing in this codex is they've given you enough flexibility to account for the diversity of the model range and also of the history of the model range. So it seems to me like it doesn't matter what flavour of guard it is. It all just sort of meshes now, and things can layer in different ways. And if you want to be that person that goes, here's some Katachan, here's some Cadians, here's some Mordian Iron Guard, here's some whatever else, right? Like, you just go, bam, there it is, lovely. Everyone's having a laugh. But where that's interesting to me is the fact that, like, based on that, why did they even need to have it be denoted as Cadian? Why didn't you just go, this is just Guard? And then if they did want to do like Cadian stuff, it could just be something else specific. But I get it. I understand that Cadian is still part of their IP and people like it, and they felt like maybe it was the easiest thing to do. But perhaps what they should have done during that whole process is maybe they should have just blown up Katachan or somewhere else. It's like it's such a stupid thing where it's like, come on, guys, like. I just find it's like with the Primaris thing, right, at the moment, yeah? So, like, mild tangent, I promise I'll get off it quickly. Primaris Marines are so quickly just becoming Marines, right? Like, they're doing it steadily, but before we know it, it's just gonna, all that interesting stuff that they were flirting with early on is all going away, and it's all just gonna be like, oh, by the way, they're just Marines now. We kind of get it. Whoopsie. But like, it's fine. It's fine. It's an interesting thing. So yeah, cool. All right. Anyway, so from the outset, we're broadly happy with the book. It looks nice.
Yeah.
It's a shame that they killed off Yarrick, but as stated, I don't really mind. But I would have preferred it.
I mean,
if they just did it better.
you didn't spend the best part of a month converting, building, and painting him up.
I contributed to that model, mate. I contributed.
Oh, you did in the base, yes.
In the base, there you go.
And you didn't tell me that the two parts of the diorama base aren't meant to be glued down, so I'm forever struggling to get him off
here's
of
the
it.
thing, Phil. The one person I knew who I thought I didn't need to explain how the diorama bases worked to was you. I thought, like...
Well, yes, because as a renowned Horus Heresy Primarch owner, I would know exactly
you're a Forge World enthusiast. I would have assumed...
No, I am, to be fair, but I've always assumed, oh, cool, you just glue it all down and the thing just slots in and out.
I mean, it
was
does
my assumption.
when you don't glue it all down.
Yes, I'm sure it would. Yes, if I thought about it, I would have magnetized it, but I assumed you just, because it looks like it just all glues together and there's a little hole that sort of it just slots into, but it's like ever so tight because there's a few bits of detail overlapping. It makes it a bit of a squeeze. So pretty much every time I do it, a tiny bit of paint chips off of the rim of his smaller base. And his diorama base that I've made is probably around the same size as the Lord Solar model, so I could use him as a cheeky stand-in in the future. So
I would,
Yarrick can still live in my army.
There you go. You're just going to have to accommodate for the height differential. Maybe just put a big banner on the base somewhere for scale.
Yeah, I mean, if people are going to be that fussed, I'll be like, yeah, you can see him.
Maybe just have like a servo skull floating up above him somewhere.
Yes.
Doing donuts in the sky. Anyway, there you go. So let's get into the flipping rules, eh? Come on now. We've been talking for half hour. We haven't even started talking about rules. How do they work, mate? What are these all about?
So we've got detachment abilities, which are page 59, if you're following along. So Astra Militarum units gain the chain of command ability, which we'll get into in a second. So regimental units in the Astra Militarum detachment gain Born Soldiers Regimental Doctrine. So you don't get the 6 classic flavours of Guard anymore. You just get pick and mix. If you don't do pick and mix, so which is the 2 options that you would normally do if you don't take a special one, you just get 1 regimental doctrine, which is Born Soldiers, which we'll talk about in a second. So basically, by default, everyone gets Born Soldiers. And if you want to, you can do the pick and mix option, which is pick 2 things. Then you also get, so if every Astra Militarum detachment, has the Militarum Tempestus, which is the Scions, Officio Prefectus, which is the Commissars, and or the Militarum Auxilia keywords, which is things like the Abhumans, so your Ratlings, your Ogryn, things like that. Then basically, if you've got all of those in one detachment, not the army, just a specific detachment, then your Tempestus Scion units, which by default are elite, become troops. So that's one of the key things to note. So the Scion data sheets are in a separate bit at the back of the book. After all the others, there's only effectively 2. You've got a command squad now, and you've got the elites, which is the troop choices. And they're obviously very similar to Kazakins, which we'll get onto in a little bit. So if you do want to do a Scion-only army, it is still possible. You can also do a Scion detachment in addition to a Guard army. They don't get regimental doctrines. They've got their old Stormtrooper rule, which is on a roll of 6 to hit, counts as 1 additional hit. So that's all they have. They can't take anything else. So that's worth bearing in mind. And then the other rule here is troop units gain OBSEC, which is the standard.
Standard.
Then we've got chain of command. So this is all about your officers. So you can't select an Astra Militarum character model that is not an officer to be your warlord. If your army includes any officers, you can only include 1 commandant in each detachment, which I believe is the Castellan and Ursula Creed, possibly some of the solo Katjan characters as well. If your army includes a commandant, you cannot select any other officer to be your warlord. So this is like ranks. They outrank everyone else, so they will have to be your warlord, with the exception of Lord Solar Leonidas. And if you've got, sorry, I say Leontus. And if you've got him, he must be your warlord. And if you have 2 models with that rule, so for example, I don't know, if you had that lady from the Sisters of Battle Army, or you had, I imagine,
Morgan Val.
Morgan Val, yes. So if you got one of those, I guess you basically pick whichever one you want then, if that was the case. Which is cool, which is thematic. There's no limits on the number of like officers or characters. There's no like you can only have you can only have 1 commandant per detachment, but there's no like limit on tank commanders. Unless it's got the commandant rule. I don't think it does. Although that's probably worth checking. And there's no limit on command squads either. obviously you got your normal 3. So previously, all your officers were split out away from your command squads. They're now all combined back into one once more. So your command squad has your commander, your officer in, and 4 other men, which can be equipped in a variety of ways.
Magical stuff.
And no, tank commander is not a commandant, so you can have multiples of them, but as we're getting to, there's no reason to have more than one, really.
Noted.
Then we've got the Regimental Doctrine Born Soldiers, which is the generic one, which is so if you've got this, you get the Born Soldiers keyword, which affects some stratagems. Officers basically have an aura ability, so friendly platoon units within 6 inches can use an officer's leadership characteristic instead of their own, which is very thematic. And the key thing is each time a model with this doctrine makes a ranged attack, unmodified hit rolls of 6 automatically wound the target. Oh, interesting. It's only ranged attacks. That's something to bear in mind.
Were you cheating the other day, Phil?
I mean, potentially, but I don't think I rolled that many 6s, to be honest.
Who do you think you are, mate? Leagues of Votan?
Well, no, I know. But like Leagues of Votan, every 6 to hit automatically wounds and counts as a 6 for that wound roll that it automatically becomes, which is important for some of the stratagem combos, but it's nowhere near as problematic as some of the Leagues of Votan stuff. Although there is one broken stratagem which will no doubt get fixed. Let's skip over the regimental doctrines. We can talk about all of those bits later. Let's just do the normal Astra Militarum rules. You will note you're not having to skip past the Crusade rules because they're now at the end of the book.
What is this madness?
I know, it's the first time that effectively the last codex that's being redone, and they've kind of got it correct in terms of the layout, I think. And then we got the datasheet abilities as well.
It's fair play to them.
Page 75.
75, got it here. There is turret weapons. Some Astra Militarum range weapons are turret weapons and have the turret weapon ability in their profile. Each model with such a weapon is selected to shoot. If that model is within engagement range of an enemy unit, it can still target and resolve attacks against enemy units that are not within engagement range of it with weapons with this ability. Note that when making such attacks, you must still subtract 1 from your hit rolls due to the enemy models being within engagement range. Very handy. Each time that model makes an attack with that weapon, add 1 to the attack's hit roll, thus nullifying the -1 that you would have had for engagement range, but not benefiting you, I suppose.
No, but in general, you also just get +1 to hit, even when you're not in combat. So by default, all Leman races, including the tank commanders, have a ballistic skill of 4+, but with their turret weapon, it's a 3+. So sort of negating any real need for having multiple tank commanders to get that beneficial ballistic skill. Noting also that when we get into the next rule all about orders, tank commanders, for the most part, can't order themselves. So another reason to take less tank commanders. Also note that turret weapons occur on other vehicles as well. It's not just Leman Russes. Things like Chimeras are going to have turret weapons as well. So that's kind of cool that it appears on other units.
Very cool.
Next up is regimental tactics, which is so each time an officer from your army issues a regimental or prefectus order. So there's 3 types of orders. Let's talk about them now. We've got regimental orders, which are the generic ones, mostly ordered by your command squads and officers to your standard infantry, doing the classic orders like first rank fire, second rank fire. We've got the prefectus orders, which are orders issued predominantly by commissars. And then we've got mechanical orders, I think it's called, mechanized orders, which are orders given by your tanks to predominantly other tanks. Those are your 3 sets now. So you're spoilt with choice in terms of what you can do, but obviously you're normally limited to who you can select. There are things like warlord traits and relics which allow you to gain extra orders or be able to issue it to other people that you might not often be able to do. So yeah, each time you're ordering the regimental or prefectus orders to a unit with this ability, you can select one or more friendly platoon units within 6 inches of that unit. Those platoon units are also affected by that order. This is only if your army is all Astra Militarum keyworded, so this is your army-wide bonus. Basically, it's the balanced data slate ability where you can do an order, it splashes out to everyone else. They can also get it, so you don't need... There's less of a reason or an incentive to have a guy that can do 3 orders when you can just issue 1 to 3 units within 6 inches of each other. And each time an officer from your army issues a mechanized order, which is the vehicle ones, to a unit with this ability, you can select 1 or more other friendly squadron units within 6 inches of that unit. Those squadron units are also affected by that order. Fun game, Dan. What units with the squadron keyword do you think will have the squadron keyword?
What units with the squadron keyword do I think will have the squadron keyword? Based
on the fact it's called squadron, what units do you think it would affect? What data slates do you think will be affected by which will have the squadron keyword?
Sentinels.
Correct. Anything else?
I mean, Lehman Russ squadrons.
Correct. Anything else?
Hellhound squadrons.
Well, so here's the fun fact: Sentinels can still come in squadrons. Lehman Russes can still come in squadrons. Nothing else can. So your wyverns, your hydras, your basilisks, especially your basilisks, anymore. No longer squadrons. Hellhounds, yeah, none of them are squadrons, but they all have the squadron keyword. The only, yeah, it makes no sense. Basically, squadron is a specific keyword which refers to all vehicles, I think with the exception of the Rogal Dawn and the Super Heavies. Don't have it. Everything else... and obviously things like flyers, they don't have it. Tauruxes, they get it. Chimeras, they get it. Deathstrike, they all get it. Wyverns will get it. Basset, yeah. So every vehicle, yeah. Where's the Rogal Dawn hiding? Oh, even the Rogal Dawn actually gets it. I'm wrong. So it's basically a keyword specific to say non-super heavy vehicle.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know. It's odd because it's a very misleading keyword because most of these units can't be taken as a squadron.
Well, again, though, like I feel like the terminology of a vehicle squadron is very 7th down edition because in 7th edition, vehicle squadrons were called vehicle squadrons, whereas a squad was a squad. But they did have a specific word for vehicle squadrons in those editions because they were vehicle squadrons.
Yes. Yeah.
Whereas
I mean, now it's just a unit,
yeah,
right?
Just a unit
with a unit size of say 1 to 3 in the case of
I
think it's sort of thematic. It's trying to give you the sense that you got like a tank commander and predominantly like a Lehman Russ squadron, unit, and that they're a squadron together and you're issuing orders to them.
Can I just say as well, though, I still think that for squadrons, I think they, for vehicle squadrons, I think they need to bring back the... I've always thought this, by the way, with all throughout 8th and subsequently 9th, I think they need to go back to the old edition rules of vehicle squadrons have 4-inch consolidation. Because... not consolidation,
You mean squadron
coherency. Coherency.
Yeah, to be well, here's the thing. So the regimental tactics basically mean if you issue an order to either a infantry squad or a vehicle with the squadron keyword, basically any other unit within 6 inches gains that order as well. So inherently, there's a benefit for having effectively a 6-inch coherency on your vehicles. They're still technically treated as independent units. But obviously you can deploy them as a unit initially. So there is an inherent benefit to keep your vehicles together now, because your tank commander can only issue one order. You want that order to go as far as possible, so you will inherently just keep a cluster of at least 2 to 3 Lehman Russes within 6 inches of at least one of the other tanks. So you can just give an order to one, and then it affects it to all of them.
No, checks up.
So that's quite handy. We've got voice of command, which talks about the actual issuing of the orders. So in your command phase, Astra Militarum officers can issue orders. There's 3 types, which we've already discussed. You can each officer can issue an order. When it does so, it's got to select an order that it knows. This can be an order that it has already issued. That has already been issued by another friendly officer, so you can issue multiple of the same order, but that one officer can't issue the same order more than once if it has the ability to do several orders. So Command Squad A, Command Squad B can both issue first rank fire, second rank fire, but if one of those squads can issue 2 orders, it can't do first rank fire, second rank fire twice, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I mean, goes against one of what I would hazard to call the design principles of 40k, but fine, whatever.
What's that design principle?
Well, typically they resign themselves to abilities that are like one use, and they create mechanics like, regimental tactic, for example, to be like, oh, well, that's how we get around that. But in this instance, they've just gone, whatever. It's like, it's sort of...
Well, I mean, this is sort of historically how orders have
I get
been
that.
used
I get
before,
that.
so it does make sense. I mean, surely you can have... I guess you can't have two librarians casting the same psychic power.
Correct.
Bar smite.
Yeah.
But surely you could have 2 chaplains doing the same...
Nope.
Okay. To be fair, I would say those tend to be a lot more powerful than the order mechanic.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, some of them are good. They have all been changed, those, which we'll get into in a bit. So anyway, when you're issuing an order, basically, if you're doing a regimental prefectus, you've got to select a platoon unit within 6 inches of that officer. If it's a squadron that you're issuing a mechanized order to, it can be 12 inches. So you've got a 12-inch range from one tank to another, but then for that splash, it's got to be 6 inches. So that's quite cool. So you get a bit of extended range, and the key thing is this kind of cuts out any shenanigans that you could potentially do with orders, is you can only be affected by one order at a time. So a unit can only be affected by one, so if it's issued with another one, it replaces the old one. And then there's a special rule regarding disembarking.
Does that work sequentially then? So essentially, you have to be mindful of the order. So say, for example, you issued an order to something and then issued an order to something else and realised that you'd mucked up your deployment and that you'd splashed it onto it, then you have to go, well, that's what it's got now. It's been given new orders. Yeah,
so when you're doing the splash, you can specifically select orders to be splashed onto. So it doesn't.
So there's no technicalness to it other than you get what you want when you want it.
Well, there is. So now the bit I did actually miss out, it now happens in the command phase, obviously. So there's a lot more mental. You do have to think ahead in terms of your positioning because normally you would move and then you would issue orders in the shooting phase, which I felt like was a lot more streamlined. It makes sense that it's in the command phase, but I think that's a lot less user-friendly. And now, if you're going to do lots of orders, you're going to need either tokens or like the cards or something to know what orders have been given. Potentially, there's very rare cases when you could do an order, it affects you in some way, and then you do another order to it. I think there's like one edge case, which is, well, there's disembarking officers, which we'll talk about in a second. There's also, I think, a stratagem where you can issue an order in your opponent's phase. So say, you're going to be charged, you can issue an order, maybe like fixed bayonets to give yourself +1 attack or +1 to hit in combat, something like that. So that's the only time where you could have maybe had a historical order and then it's now superseded because it's done out of sequence. So Now, because you're issuing orders in the command phase, a bit like, your chaplains, how do you deal with stuff that's either deep striking, what's in a transport, and you then want to get out of a transport and then issue an order? So there's a rule for disembarking officers. So in your movement phase, an officer from your army disembarks from a transport model. After the officer's unit has been set up, it can issue an order as if it was your command phase. However, when doing so, the regimental tactic ability, i.e. the splash of the orders, does not apply. Even if every model in your army has still got the Astra Militarum keyword. Note that an officer cannot issue orders in this way when disembarking from a destroyed transport. So there's lots of abilities where you can be in a transport, you can move, well, I say lots, you can be mechanized, which allow you to move your transport, and then after it's moved, you can disembark. So that is one way where you can do an order out of phase, that you wouldn't normally otherwise be able to, or you could just be in the normal movement phase, you just move and then you get out, right? Or you get out before you move the vehicle. So that allows you to have some mechanized transport guys still being able to do orders. If you want to be Scions, though, and you want to deep strike, your command squad deep strikes down at the end of the movement phase. You have no way of issuing orders whatsoever. And it feels like a bit of an oversight. Like, it feels like this disembarking officers should also apply to deep striking units as well. Or at least to have a stratagem which would allow them to do it, a bit like how chaplains can cast one of their abilities, cast one of their litanies, once they've effectively come on the table. So there's some interesting stuff. There's it feels like it should have a lot of interesting synergies, especially when it comes to things like and it's not talked here, so obviously you've got your Vox casters, which increase your range of your orders by 24 inches. There's a special relic, which allows you to have effectively infinite range on those Voxes, and you sort of feel like that should be able to combo with stuff getting out of transports and stuff, but it doesn't. So the interesting thing about the disembarking officers, right, is most officers now come in command squads.
Yeah.
So how do you issue... trying to have a unit going up the board, which is predominantly a 10-man squad. How do you issue that unit in order? It's like you then need a second transport, predominantly, for a command squad of 5 men to then disembark and issue the order to the other unit in the second transport. Or you take one of the characters like Ursula Creed or the Cajun Castellan, who are the only sort of solo models. Obviously, there are the commissars, which are solo models as well. But yeah, the transport capacity of 12 for a Chimera sort of is a bit redundant now, because you used to be able to have a 10-man squad and an officer, and that's now a lot harder to pull off in the way that the rules for the voice of command ability work, because they've shifted it across to the command phase. So while more thematic with how the game plays, I actually feel like this is a bit of a negative in comparison to how it used to play. I think in general, my summary of the codex is there's a lot of really cool, powerful stuff in here, but the way you play your guard army changes quite a lot. So there's a lot of relearning to do. And I feel like this will be one of them. And there's, and there's tons of orders to do as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, on the one hand, I agree with aspects of what you're saying. On the other, I don't, because I think they've given you so many advantages with the splash stuff. It becomes like that thing, isn't it, where it's like, if these guys are running off in a transport, okay, I agree with you. They will have been given orders to accomplish. They might have been like, go over there and do that thing. But, you know, they're I suppose disconnected from the command infrastructure by separating themselves from it. So if it isn't that they've got a commander with them that's leading them with an express purpose, they do just sort of have to fend for themselves once they arrive the other side. Even with the deep striking stuff that you were talking about with Scions, it's like, I understand that within gameplay terms, and I know this isn't something that Games Workshop care about in most instances, but to try and give some kind of simulation of what reality of warfare might be like, imagine if you, I mean, again, you compare it to like paratroopers. I mean, I've only ever, my only experience of paratroopers is based on what I've watched in media, but if you see things like, oh my God, that incredible classic series I've just forgotten the name of.
Oh, Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers, it came back to me. Like you see the way that they basically dealt with what happened after they had parachuted in, right? They were literally like walking around for ages.
They roam around lost trying to find each other. Yeah, and that is true. Although I would say the game doesn't represent that at all.
No, the game doesn't care about that anymore.
Because
it's all sci-fi nonsense.
Designed.
And
I think when it comes to like, I could almost see like maybe it feels like they've maybe just forgotten about the Scions in that respect.
Yeah, I can understand that.
If in terms of like I want to send off a squad of elite units, let's say my Kazakin in a Chimera, I've given them a Voxcaster because I want to be able to issue orders to them. But then it's like, at no point can I really ever do that because the turn that they disembark out, I can't issue the orders then. I can only do it the turn after, which sort of feels like, why have I bothered? It's almost like you almost need to have an officer with a unit in a transport to make the most out of that unit in the transport because they're not going to be around that following turn. Chances are they're going to pop out, they're going to shoot at something, and then they just get killed that next turn because they're guardsmen.
Yep. Yeah, no, totally. But look, I mean, it creates a bunch of new challenges that you have to overcome and kind of archetypes. Because you're not an alien race or Space Marines or, one of the ab-humans, you get interesting challenges to solve. Whereas if you're, I don't know, dwarfs, you just get every rule under the sun and everything goes your way.
That's true.
But there we are.
Yeah, and then as part of that, we've got the regimental orders. I don't want to, for a minute, suggest that we're going to read them all out, but should we pick one or two of each one?
I mean, look, can we be honest about it, right? There's orders that make you move quicker, orders that make you shoot better, orders that make you shoot more, and orders that help you out when you're falling back. Isn't that about the size of it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So regimental orders tend to be the classic, make me better at shooting, make me better in combat, give me a cover save. Shooting, sort of like take aim, fix bayonets, gives you +1 to hit, +1 AP. Yep. First rank fire, second rank fire is now, rather than rapid fire 2, which used to be really good, is now heavy 3. So you only really gain it from being stationary. Move rather than a double move, which was real shenanigans previously. You just get +2 to your movement. And then if you advance, you auto-advance 6. Then you've also got suppressive fire is a cool one, where if you can do 5 hits on an enemy unit, they get -1 to their attack rolls for the next turn, which is something I tried but failed to do in our game with you, because you have to do it with that one unit. You can't use multiple units with the same order to try and get that tally of 5. So can sometimes be with smaller units a lot harder to do. The Prefector's orders, which are the Commissar ones, tend to be a bit more vague, and I kind of think are not as good. They've got the classic get back into the fight so they can fall back and shoot. They've got other ones, which is they can advance or move and still count as stationary. They've got one that counts as being objective secured, or +1 if they're already objective secured, which is kind of interesting. And they've got another one, remain vigilant, which is enemy units can't be set up within 12 inches of them. And if they have to do Overwatch, they hit on 5s instead of 6s, which I think is interesting. But I think a lot harder to pull those ones off, and a lot harder to see how some of those are going to be as good as the regimental orders, because some of them are a bit vague, like you can do an order, but it's not necessarily going to have an effect immediately you've got to like second guess what your opponent's got to do in their turn and use it very wisely in that respect. And then the mechanized ones, so they've changed those before. So Pound Them to Dust used to be, I think that was a Cajun specific one where you got to do, it was either max shots or shoot. Oh no, you get to reroll a number of your dice for determining. But now, basically, the target unit counts as double the number of units for blast. So a 6-man unit will count as 12, and therefore you'll do maximum number of shots against them. Full throttle just adds to their movement, and then Gunner's Kill on Sight, for example, allows you to reroll hit rolls of 1, which is a classic. And there's a couple of others, like one makes you slightly better in combat. Pinning Fire does the same as Suppression Fire. And then Shock and Awe gives them OBSEC, which is kind of cool, especially when there are regimental custom abilities which will tie into that. So it always feels like out of the orders, there's one or two really good ones, and then all the others are like edge case ones, which will come in handy as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to find reasons to move, or, first rank, second rank. Which, by the way, when you were saying moving to heavy free is only useful when you're stationary, that's not entirely true, though, because it basically means that you get to fire 3 shots at full 24, or if las guns becomes
24 inches, yeah.
So, that is useful in itself, because you go
even
from
if it's at
one
minus
shot to 3
1.
shot. Yeah, but, I suppose that becomes a case of if you're moving, then you accept the -1, but if you're...
Yes.
If you have remained stationary, I guess it's quite a buff.
It's funny, because when I first saw that, I was like, oh my god, there's some really cool combos, right? I'm going to pop out of a transport, and I'm going to use first rank fire, second rank fire on a squad, but then I'm also going to use from the Commissar, issue them forwards for the Emperor, so they can't remain stationary. They can only have the
it's
like, they can't. And even if you wanted to do that, basically, according to the rare rules, if you come out of a transport or you deep strike, no matter what rule you apply them, so even if you give them forwards for the Emperor, which counts them as being stationary, they still count as having moved. Because that is just the overriding rule of for things disembarking and things deep striking. So there's no way that you can use that to deep strike a unit down of, even if it was like, say, a heavy weapon team coming out of a transport. It's like, no, you can't do that combo. So you kind of go, okay, these are great for units on foot, less so for trying to do cheeky combos of stuff. Yeah,
but I think innately that feels like the way that kind of Guard should be going. And again, it's cool that you've got like lots of like flavour and you can throw in lots of other different types of thing, but ultimately, archetypally, Guard should be tanks and bodies grinding it out over, an attrition-based warfare. That feels like what you're going for, and that's always been, for me anyway, the charm of the Guard, is the idea that they're humans facing adversity as through their collective might and or excessive amounts of cannons. I've always really sort of, if there's anything I've enjoyed about the Guard over the years, is that aspect of them. I think it's that they represent an interesting, dynamic, and they've never necessarily been an attractive proposition to me from a kind of gameplay perspective, because I've always liked movement and sci-fi wibbliness, but yeah, I think Guard are interesting for sure, and I think these rules do still give you some flavour, but it definitely isn't them giving you everything all of the time, which I think is a sensible piece of game design on their part.
Well, yeah, completely. Yeah. I do think with the expanse of the orders, it goes from a relatively straightforward army to like a bit more of a finesse, complicated army to use in that respect. But that'll be something that you'll get used to over time.
Absolutely. What's next, mate?
So we can flip our way back to the regimental doctrines.
So page 60.
Page 60, this is the pick and mix. So if you don't want born soldiers, you can have 2 and only 2 of these, unless you take trophy hunters, in which case you can only have that one.
Oh, really? Why is
Apparently
trophy hunters so good?
It's, well, you tell me, but it says you can't select it if you've selected any others, and if you select this, you can't select a second. Each time a model in this doctrine makes an attack against a monster or vehicle, add 1 to the strength characteristic of that attack.
I mean,
so your las guns are strength 4 against vehicles and monsters, which are predominantly strength 7. I mean, melter or strength 8 becomes strength 9, which is kind of cool, but it's not enough to only have that one, I don't think. And so this is the interesting thing I will say about these doctrines. These are all very cool and thematic, but Born Soldiers is a pure like damage dealing mechanic where 6 is auto wounds, right?
Yes,
which
6
is
to
pretty
hit
big.
Auto wounds, yeah.
Sorry, 6 is to hit auto wound, which predominantly you hit on 4s, 5s, and 6s. So in terms of when you actually do hit, a third of those times are auto wounding, which is pretty big.
Yeah, huge.
None of these, bar really trophy hunters, has a mechanic that alters your damage dealing output. It's more thematic sort of elements. Nothing is reroll 1s to hit or +1 to wound. Nothing like that. I mean, there is one that's reroll all hit rolls, but you only get to do one hit roll per attack. But yeah, most of these are very, very thematic. And previously, you would have your core regiments. So you'd have your Talon, your Morgian, Iron Guard, Armageddon Steel Legion. We could have had Krieg. This could have been the first time Krieg would have had a warlord trait and a relic. Some really cool, like, thematic stuff.
Now they've got a whole book of them.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. It's like, but if you are someone that if you come at this new to the game, and this is like one of my criticism book, if you were coming new to this, like you're completely blind to guard, and you've seen some of those historical regiments around, and maybe you want to recreate one, you don't have much of a guide, like a direct, here you go, you haven't been spoon-fed, like, here's sort of roughly what they do. Talon are, they're swift, they move a lot, and here's the rules that apply to them, and here's some cool little thematic stuff. Instead, you kind of need to know that in advance, which, and then pick the ones here that you want. Now, they do a relatively good job in a lot of the flavor text. They do call out some of those regiments. So Swift as the Wind talks about Talon, Cult of Sacrifice talks about Death Korps of Krieg, and is it Veteran Guerrilla? No, Brutal Strength, I think, talks about Catchan. So they are sort of hidden in there, but it's just not as obvious.
Yeah,
so I think one of the downsides of this book is if you're a new player, I sort of feel like you're missing out on some of that historical context for creating your army, which is why I sort of am like, get one of the older books for that background and lore and look at the old rules, and then you can sort of apply that knowledge to here. But in terms of creating your own army, this is a lot better. Like, you've got loads more options.
Yeah.
And the one thing, though, to point out is that this regimental doctrines apply to your whole army.
Yes,
so you can't do 2 or 3 different detachments and give each one a different detachment ability. The only real way of doing that is by taking scions, because they don't have these. They've got that 6 to hit gives you an extra hit. Which let's also talk about, to go on another tangent. I'm gripping at the beast. If you were a Scion player and you had Psychic Awakening, you had access to 6 specific regiments. You had like Lambda Lions. I wouldn't say Howling Griffins, but obviously that's a Space Marine chapter.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of other cool ones.
Dragons.
Iutan Dragons. They were my 2 favourites. You had 6. They all had Warlord abilities, regiment, specific regiment bonuses, effectively, that were different from the classic Stormtrooper one. And they had relics and stuff like that. Loads of flavour, really cool. You don't get any of that now.
I mean, to be fair, though, you didn't get that in the 8th edition book either.
No, but normally what happens with the Psychic Awakening stuff is all of those rules predominantly get rolled into the next codex.
Yeah.
It's odd that they've taken it all out. I guess what it was...
Well, they gave you your
I mean,
splashing command
from
abilities.
the balanced data slate.
Yeah.
I mean, so you do get 3 warlord traits, and there are a couple, I think 3 relics that are all Scion specific. So some of the good ones, some of the best ones that have still been ported across.
Yeah.
But you have lost a lot from what you just had,
But
which is a bit of a bummer if you were a Scion only player.
See, here's the thing for me though. I want less. I want less. I think we had too much. I think less is better.
Well, yeah, I would say if they had given you your regimental doctrines and, you know, because what this could have had is it could have had your 6 core regiments, like your Krieg and your Cadet. It could have had your generic pick and mix regimental doctrines, and on top of that, it could have also had your 6 Scion army rules.
Oh God,
like,
sounds awful.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, and then as well, no.
I can sort of see why they've tried to streamline it back a bit, because otherwise you're talking about an extra like 12 odd pages in the book.
What's great about this, Phil, we've talked about it a little bit already, but let's say it one more time. This is fantastic because it basically means that I can express my own version of the Guard, but I'm not locked in. But also it means that now all of a sudden, because the old classic was always the same. It wasn't. Whether this is beneficial to someone like you who has a Krieg army is, I think, relatively moot. I think the thing that this perfectly addresses are the people with Cadian armies that were like, oh, it's Catachan. It's like, what are you talking about? How is that Catachan? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like,
here's the thing. If you with going through the old rules where you painted them in a certain way, you were locked into playing a certain a bit like if you're an ultramarine, you're locked into a certain set of rules. This now frees you from that painting conversion stipulation, and instead your Catachan could be maybe a mechanized unit, because they probably would also have them, or they could be recon operators, or they can have heirloom weapons. I mean, you can now go, they're Catachan, but I can play them any way I want, which, we say constantly, and we do bang on about it. I'll go back to the old reference of, just because they're Blood Angels, they don't need to be all close combat units. You can have shooting in a Blood Angels army. It's allowed.
It is allowed, yes.
Because they're so big and vast, they can be played in a variety of different styles. But yes, every regiment, every chapter has an archetype that it can play into, but there are sort of niches within that army that do specialize in other forms of warfare. And yeah, the regimental doctrines is a good way of just going, do whatever you want, go crazy. You don't just have to have an all Krieg army now. I could have some Cadians in there as well. It doesn't really affect how I play the game. They all get the same regimental doctrine. So yeah, you can kind of go crazy with your Guard army in terms of your creativity.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time you're going to go with whatever the default one is, though, right? Because that is still consistently the best one.
It feels like out of the gate, that is the one that's consistently going to be doing like more damage and stuff. So I think the downside is Born Soldiers is a bit too good in comparison to these, because, as I said, these aren't really number crunching ones that are giving you extra damage or even extra AP and stuff like that. They're a bit more thematic and therefore kind of just not as good from a competitive game sense. So I do think most people will just take Born Soldiers out the gate. But there are some sort of nice touches, and there are ways such as Kazakins can take an extra regimental doctrine, for example. So there are ways of bolting on a unit or a tank here and there with one of these extra regimental doctrines, which is cool. So you can still get a bit more diversity in your list, even if you are taking Born Soldiers.
Yeah. I sort of dig this as a system. I think it's the best way of approaching it. I would prefer to see this rolled out for lots of armies. I think this would be very beneficial to the way the game is played. Essentially, it's like we're giving you a customization but it's not locking you into a certain type of thing. Like, as your example, I would like there to be meaningful incentives for my Blood Angel army to be taken as a ranged army and to not have to, only experience negatives or to not feel like I'm reaping the benefits, as it were. But yeah, I think it's interesting. Are there any of these that you specifically want to shout out? I mean, for me, I would just say I'll start with. I quite like the idea of the expert bombarders, just from the basis that they have, through this, retained the rule where they are able to shoot stuff better, isn't it? That's how it works. Or is that...
Yeah, so one of the key things to point out is with the new codex, and they haven't, so they have officially said, but only as part of the Meta Watch video. And so if you were just to read the balanced data slate, you would not notice this. Apparently, the new codex has been designed in such a way that the balanced data slate, you don't use it. So you don't get Armour of Contempt on your Luminosas. You are now no longer immune to the downsides of shooting out of line of sight, which I believe are -1 to hit, and your opponent counts as, is it +1 to their save, or they count as being in cover?
It's a good question. I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me just get it up on the old internet. Hang on.
But also, one of the biggest downsides is it's not a -1 modifier to your dice roll for shooting. It's not -1 to hit, it's -1 to your ballistic skill, which is key, because if you're then also shooting through dense terrain, your, let's say, 4+ to hit suddenly needs a 6. So it's a real downside for Guard that they've been hit. And I think this is one of the downsides of, I think artillery is actually, unfortunately, one of the losers in this army. Things like Basilisk can't be taken as units anymore. And the changes to the line of sight from the balanced data slate, although to be fair, that rule might change again at some point because the balanced data slate rules are in flux to an extent. But yeah, expert bombardiers is a way of counteracting some of that negativity.
Yeah, so the rule is it's -1 to your ballistic skill, and you add 1 to the save of the thing targeted by it. So in a way, actually, the thing that's interesting about this is they're just basically giving you +1 to your hit roll, which
yes.
So intriguingly, if you were shooting at something that was itself in dense cover, you'd still be -1. You'd still minus your ballistic skill, then become -1, which negates the positive. So it would still be hitting on 5s, for example.
Yes, you'd still be hitting on your reduced ballistic skill score. Because the two modifiers
that has basically meant that even if you try and lean into the archetype, and bearing in mind, there is a caveat that you need to be with, with a range of Voxcasters or Sentinels as well.
Yeah, within a 12-inch range.
So it's terrible, right? Like, I mean,
and that's the target needs to be within range. So you've either got to lob units up the board, ideally in either mechanized infantry or via sentinels, and I think there are ways of like outflanking or pre-game moving your sentinels. So there are ways to get them up the board as quick as possible. But yeah, it feels like you've got to really tech into it, and even then it's terrible. It's not as good as it just was.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to keep born soldiers in that instance, right? I thought, when I was reading that at first, I was thinking, oh, that's just getting rid of all of the negatives of out of line of sight shooting, regardless of context. But it's like, no, you need to take Sentinels or Voxcasts. And
yeah, I mean, so there will be maybe things like Warlord traits. There's definitely your Master of Ordnance, who's an attaché to your command squads, which we can talk about when we get to them. So there are other ways of getting benefits. But yeah, I don't think it's as good. I think the one I really like, the look of that I was instantly drawn to, was the mechanized infantry one, which gives you the mechanized keyword, which allows you to do a couple of stratagems. And units with this doctrine can disembark from a transport model, excluding aircraft, that have just made a normal move. And if they do so, such units cannot be selected to move again that phase, and neither they nor the transport model are eligible to declare a charge. So you can move your Chimera up, you can disembark, which, as we talked about in our game, isn't a move. So it's only 3 inches from that unit that they can pop out at. But I think that's quite cool. It gives you a bit of versatility, but again, you do then struggle to give that give that unit orders unless you've got a model also in that transport that disembarks with them to then give them an order, which effectively means you've got to use probably a commissar or castellan. And if you're doing a Castellan or Ursula Creed, that's probably your Warlord, unless you've taken the Lord Solar, which seems like quite a risky play to lob such a precious model up there with a unit, unless you're doing like a bunch of chimeras and they're just storming, doing like a blitzkrieg type of thing.
Fair. Yeah, I mean, it sounds interesting though.
Yeah, I think there's some good. Do you want to pick one more?
All right. Let's go with elite sharpshooters, because that sounds both elite and sharpshootery. Units with this doctrine gain elite sharpshooter keyword. Each time a unit with this doctrine is selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll. Oh, God. That's pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like, and it works really well on certain things like vanquishers, anything like, maybe the ordnance weapons, like with the, souped up heavy las cannon, stuff that's going to do like just one shot that's going to be really good, right? Then it seems like it's worth it. But yeah, there's very few ways where you could take elite sharpshooter plus something else that's also quite shooty and killy to make your units a lot more stronger.
Yeah.
Sort of, I think all of these individually, they're kind of weak, but very thematic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because obviously in this instance, you wouldn't just take that. Sorry, that's me.
No, you get 2. You do
so
get 2.
You would get that plus something else. Fine.
Yes, although there's probably not many, I would say, could necessarily combo with that one to make that one more efficient.
Yeah.
Or things like heirloom weapons give you like plus 4 inch to your range, so maybe that. The one I like that's quite good is armored superiority. So you gain the armored superiority keyword. Again, noting most of these get keywords that then combo with stratagems. So sentinels with this doctrine count as 3 models when determining control and objective marker. Titanic models count as 10, and all other vehicles count as 5. So that's kind of cool. So all your Lehman Rasses suddenly become counts as 5 for the doctrine, and obviously there's that tank order which can count them as objective secured as well. So I think if you wanted to lean into like a kind of tank heavy list, I think that one would be pretty fun to do.
Yeah, I suppose there are some combos that you can explore with it, and the game does encourage that you explore those combinations, I suppose, so definitely worth doing so once you start to get into the flavour of what it is you're looking to do. I mean, I think ultimately, if you're really into the idea of a very tank-heavy regiment, or you want to, lean into more, abhumans, more kind of ogrins and rattlings and all that stuff, fine, go nuts, but yeah, it's interesting. It's just it's an interesting approach to it. I like it conceptually, and to be honest with you, I suppose this is the thing. Do I mind if we end up in a situation where there is like the one default way that the army play, and then there's the more kind of like fluff versions that you can do with it? Because I think what would probably be good for the game overall is if they just got to a point where they were like, so this is the default version of the army. If you want to, you can mix it up. But for competitive play, for example, we just default, and that's it. So every army has a default mode again. Because that's one of the things that I think is just so ridiculous a lot of the time now, is that we've just gotten to the stage where it's like every army can be played in hundreds of different permutations. Whereas back in the day, it was like, well, an Elder army is an Elder army, and that's what they are.
Yeah, I mean, so the rarer combos, like if the Games Workshop was trying to make it easier to balance the game, giving you Born Soldiers and deliberately making Born Soldiers better than anything else, to encourage people to play that. As you say, this is the default way. Let's say the advanced way of playing is with the custom regiments. And yeah, there probably will be combos in there with stratagems, and you can obviously pick and mix whichever number that you want. So there's probably some interesting stuff and some cool tactics, and I'm sure people will win some events going off piste, right, with these regimental doctrines. But I think that'll be a lot harder to do, and you've got to sort of specialize to come up with those tactics and play them and get good at them.
Yeah.
Whereas, as you say, just saying, we know most people are just going to do Born Soldiers. That's the default mode of playing. And that potentially makes it a lot easier to balance the game as a whole. So a good quality of life from a competitive level, I would say.
Yeah.
Whether they've done that deliberately, I don't know. But as you say, it feels quite obvious when you read through all of them that Born Soldiers, even though when that first came out in Band Stage, I was like, it doesn't feel that great. And when I played it, it's like it's not mega breaking, but it over the course of the game, it is like a decent efficiency improvement on your army. And there are times where it does sort of break the game, where all your Overwatch hits suddenly always wound. Okay. So there are times where some bits just get vastly good because of that ability.
One of the things I've noticed with certain army releases, with the exception of Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights, because I don't know what the default version of them necessarily is, but when you looked at say Craftworlds, they went Ulfway are obviously better than everything else. When you looked at Tau were obviously better than everyone else. And when I say Tau, the chapter Tau within Tau, because that's what they're called, Tau Sept or whatever it was. And then when you looked at Votan, default Votan seemed very strong as the option. So it seems to be a design principle that they're running with. That whatever they suppose they've decided is the default version, except in this instance they've not denoted it as this is what Cadians do, this is what Guard do, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm okay with that. And I think that would be good if we started seeing that across the board, where the default mode was the strongest, but you could add flavour if you want flavour, but flavour comes at a cost, and that is that it's not competitive, which I like, because it shouldn't be,
Yeah, no, it's like when Forge World came out with the rules for Minotaurs and all the Forge World chapters. They were like, this is what we recommend you play them as, but feel free to do what you want. And I was like, oh, thank God, because it means I can play them how I want to play them, not how, the games writers has said as a monolith this chapter has to be played. And I was like, oh, actually, that's a lot more flexible for people. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see going forwards what they do to other armies. This could just be like a complete one-off, and they stick with the chapters for the chapter tactics for Space Marines and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd be quite keen to see what they do.
Yeah. No, really, really interesting. Is there anything we want to talk about before we talk about stratagems? There's tank aces, warlord traits. It seems like stratagems doesn't need to be spoken about right away. It feels like we probably should touch on tank aces. I mean, this is basically their unit upgrade guff. So basically,
yeah. So this was from Psychic Awakening, but they changed it differently. So in Psychic Awakening, you had to sacrifice your warlord's trait, or you had to spend a CP on a stratagem to give yourself an extra one. So you can only ever have two. Now this is using the normal mechanics of a sort of upgrading units. So I think there's 7, I believe, if I've counted that correctly. You can have effectively 7 in your army. Each tank can only be upgraded once. and you can only upgrade each one with one that you haven't already chosen. You can upgrade your battle tanks, which are, I believe, predominantly Leman-Russ tanks. I don't think you can do the Rogel Dawn tank, with the exception... Oh, no, I think you can, but I think only one of them really... well, one is specific to Super Heavies and Rogel Dawn, and Rogel Dawn does have the battle tank. So, yeah. So you can do Rogel Dawn as well, and Super Heavies. Super Heavies cost more, regular battle tanks cost less. So, effectively, they range from 15 points to 40 points, depending on whether you're putting on a Leman-Russ or a Super Heavy tank. And that was cool, because actually before, there was only one way that you could... I think you could only apply like one to, or they're very limited to a number of Super Heavies. So actually these are quite good, I would say. Should we pick a couple? I don't think we need to go through them all.
Yeah, I think picking a couple is probably the way forwards. What one would you lead with?
I'll go with some of the ones that I picked from our game. So Knight of Piety, I think, is quite good. It just gives you a 5+ invulnerable save, and then each time you would lose a wound as a result of mortal wound on a 5+, that wound is not lost, which I think was a good combo. Putting it on a tank with a plasma turret and plasma sponsons, because every time I rolled ones to myself when I was overcharging the plasma, I can negate that with on a 5+. So I thought that was quite cool.
No, it's really cool. Really, really cool. And it works.
This is one of the 3 ways you can give a tank an invuln save.
Yeah. And obviously now that you're not Armour of Contempt on these things, it's even, the 5-0 invuln is even more useful, isn't it? Because when you first said to me, it's like, it's got 5-0 invuln, I was like, what's the big deal with that? And then it's like, oh yeah, because they've lost Armour of Contempt. I get it. It's actually 5-0 invulns are actually pretty valuable when you don't have Armour of Contempt.
Yeah, so basically -4 and above AP is when the 5+ kicks in, basically, because -3 will knock you down to the 5, and there's a fair bit of that happening.
Oh,
so,
totally. -4 is not that uncommon anymore, right?
It used to be -3 was like, whoa, -3. But now, I think especially with, things like the chapter, what's it called? Not chapter tactics. The thing that gives you the extra AP on Space Marines.
Super doctrines. Doctrines. Yeah. That's the words.
Yeah, just doctrines. Yeah. So stuff like that makes it quite easy to get lots of AP floating around.
Yeah. You got the Mechanical Pack Rat. That's a 20-point upgrade on a regular tank and a 30-point upgrade otherwise. Each time an attack is made against his model, an unmodified win roll of 1 to 3 for that attack fails, irrespective of any ability that weapon or the model making that attack may have. To me, that's huge. To me, that's pretty big. The idea that that's a 40-point upgrade for a Super Heavy is pretty mad, because obviously the Super Heavies that they will be referring to are the Leman-Russ battle tanks. Leman-Russ battle tanks.
Yes,
not Leman-Russ, sorry, the Baneblade.
Shadow Sword, Baneblade. They're all toughness 9, though.
They are, but the thing is, right, is... Again, with the way the game has creeped, so much stuff is now like strength 14, 16 kicking around.
Yes.
The amount of times.
I mean, not a huge amount in an army, but that is the stuff like the ion cannons or the Magna Rail, right? That is effectively going to be one-shotting your tanks. And some of that stuff does also ignore invuln save. So you have 2 choices. Take Knight of Piety and hope you can get an invuln save, or take Mechanical Pack Rat and actually hope they just fail to wound you.
I think on balance, I would go so far as to say that Mechanical Pack Rat potentially serves you better, because more often the stuff that runs into you that is strength 14, strength 16 also ignores invulns.
Yes, so nowadays for sure.
Yeah. So I think,
and even Guard has their own version of that, which we're getting to when we come across that data sheet.
But that's the thing, when Angry Ron comes running into you and he goes, bah! Or when, a Knight Gallant comes running at you and goes, oh, I'm strength 16, it's like, well, still only wounding me on 4s, mate. And it's like, oh. And that does neutralise the efficiency of that unit dramatically. Now, don't get me wrong, it can still go wrong, but it's more likely to go right. It feels like whenever someone is reducing your to wound roll to 4+, it's pretty frustrating. It's more frustrating when it happens on little durable units. It's why Deathwing are so frustrating, because that whole you can only wound Deathwing on 4s, and they're in Terminator armor, and they're infantry, and they've got armor of contempt. It's like, oh, yay, what a treat. But in the case of a big vehicle, I could see an argument for it. It's not, is it guaranteed to be taken? No. But I think it surprised you. I imagine there's a lot of people who write that off, but I think there's a lot of chances for it to contribute something valuable to your army. But I guess, the future will be the judge.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see which ones become popular.
Did you want to pick one more, or are we moving on from that now?
Yeah, no, I was I'll pick a different one from the one I was going to pick. I'm going to pick Vaunted Praetorian, because it's got the word Praetorian in it. So you can select a super... Oh, wait, this is 15 points. This is the cheapest one. 15 points for a battle tank and 30 points for a super heavy. So super heavy or Rogel Dawn battle tank model only. This model gains the officer keyword and knows the mechanized orders. In your command phase, it can issue one order, and if this model is a super heavy model, you can select for the order. It can be an Astra Militarum Titanic unit. All other rules for issuing orders still apply. Now, I believe that does mean you can use it on a super heavy tank, upgrade it, and it can issue orders to itself, because I think the stipulation for issuing orders doesn't say that. I think that's done in one of the other rules. I could be mistaken,
you can't
because
issue orders to yourself, can you? Or you can't have orders splashed back onto yourself or something?
No, neither of those things work anymore. So, so it says all other rules for issuing orders still apply. Oh no, because it does gain the officer keyword, but normally it says you. Yeah, because normally it says when issuing an order, select like a friendly platoon or squadron unit within range of that officer. So normally the keywords don't allow you to select officer, and I believe in the ruling there's nothing that says you can't select the officer keyword, because normally you just can't target the officer. However, you could target a super heavy keyworded model that also has the officer keyword, because you kind of... Now, whether you're meant to, I don't know, but also considering most people would only have one super heavy in the army, it would sort of feels like it makes sense. And with this Rogel Dawn battle tank, can't issue it to itself. It can just have the ability to issue orders to other squadron keyword tanks. I mean, I could be wrong on that.
Oh, well. We've worked ourselves into a crazy... muddly hole. Should we move on to psychic powers?
Yes. Well, so here's the thing. So
okay, here we go.
The tank commander doesn't have the squadron keyword, so that's why you can't issue that one orders. So yeah, I think with this one you could technically issue orders to yourself, even though I don't think that's necessarily what it's for. But in the case of the super heavy, I think that would make sense. Yeah, sorry. Let's move on.
Psychana discipline It is psychic powers done by the little sanction psychers that, or Primaris psychers as they're called, that reside within the forces of the Astra Militarum. They're still called Primaris psychers, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, they are, and the little humble astropath can do
the
one
little
psychic
humble
power as well.
astropath.
My fave. Yeah,
I mean, the ones that have always been pretty consistent has been, what was it, Night Shroud, wasn't it before?
and yeah, Night Shroud and Psychic Barrier.
Yes.
Potentially Psychic Maelstrom for some mortal wounds.
So let's just say what they are now.
So Psychic Barrier is pretty much the same. Casting value of 6 is a blessing. If manifested, select an Astra Militarum unit within 12 inches of this Psyker, and then they gain a 5+ invulnerable save until your next Psychic phase. Which is, I think, exactly the same as it was before.
Yep.
It's still quite good.
Yep.
Do you want to do Night Shroud?
I'll do Night Shroud, yes. So, Night Shroud is a... what is it now? Is it a blessing? It is a blessing. It says that at the very start. One friendly Astra Militarum unit within 12 of this Psyker. You cannot select Titanic units, Phil. No Titanic units, you naughty scamp. Unless the result of the psychic test was an unmodified 11+. Okay, fair enough. So you can select Titanic units if you happen to have rolled an 11+. Fair. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time an attack made against that unit, an unmodified hit roll of 1 to 3 always fails, irrespective of any ability that weapon or the model making the attack may have. Wowzers. That's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, before it was -1 to hit.
Yeah.
Which I almost think is potentially better or feels more immediate, let's say. Yeah, this one's quite cool. I think the fact that you can still do it on Titanic is nice, but at the same time, you can't count on it, right? So you can't really build that into a strategy where your astropath will only follow super heavy around and not be within range of anything else. You almost need to have it within range of some other unit, and then if the super heavy's there, great, I'll put it on that. But otherwise, I've got another unit that, for the most part, is what I'm going to put it on. Yeah, you could make it actually... Like, if you just got a cool unit, right, like a really durable unit of like Bullgrins or something, and you just want to keep them alive even longer. Yeah, this is arguably way better. Like, this doubles down and works really well on infantry, even because they're like the most squishiest of things.
Yeah. And I think that's the thing. The fact is that, to be honest with you, with the way this game is at the moment, so much stuff is ballistic skill free, but you boost it to ballistic skill 2 because you can. Like, literally, it's crazy that they've created the system the way they have at the moment, that everything is basically hitting everything on 2s all the time. I mean, I was playing in a tournament in Poole the weekend before this, and you're just reminded of the silliness of this game in the modern context. You're just like, oh yeah, 2s, is it? Yeah, oh yeah, 2s. All right, yeah, cool. And 2s again, is it? Yeah, why not? Sure. It's just literally like... You may as well just change the rule. Like, I was reading the rules for Angron they put out on Warhammer Community. It's like, why don't you just change it to whatever he touches just dies? Like, once per turn.
Because he puts out so much... yeah. Because people like to roll dice, Dan. That's the game.
Yeah, but you may as well just change it to, I've put Angron there, and he can just pick a thing in the melee phase, it's dead. You may as well just do that. It would be much easier. Yeah,
it basically says when you put Angron down, also put your cat down, and whatever the cat knocks over is dead. No,
but I think, honestly, I feel like we're literally a little ways away from them actually just biting the bullet and giving us that at some point. Just go, this guy is so gnarly, just put him next to anything and it's dead. Doesn't matter what their rules are, dead.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone's going to have those rules, it would be Angron.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic if they...
Yeah. When you were reading this rule though for Night Shroud, I thought you were talking about a wound roll of 1 to 3 always fails, but it's not. It's a hit roll.
Yeah.
So imagine comboing that with a mechanical pat rat tank. So a 1 to 3 to hit and wound fails. That would make it quite durable.
Yeah. Real strong. What was the last one you wanted to talk about?
Psychic Maelstrom was the last of the 3 favourites, I think, from the previous edition. So this is a Witchfire. It's a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, roll a number of d6 equal to the result of the psychic test. For each 5+, the closest enemy unit within 18 and visible to this psycho suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. I mean, it feels like on average you're probably going to do 2 or 3 mortal wounds, unless you rolled very well on all your dice.
So just smite.
Yeah, well, that's always what it was. It was an extra way of doing D3 mortal wounds, so it kind of feels like it is in a slightly more convoluted manner.
Beautiful. Extra smite, everybody. All right, cool. Next thing on the lists is Warlord traits. We may as well just rattle off some of these. You love old grudges, Phil, so why don't you tell us about that?
So start the first battle round, select 1 enemy unit until the end of the battle. The Warlord gains the following ability. It's an aura ability. While a friendly platoon or battle tank squadron unit is within 6 inches of this Warlord, each time a model in that friendly unit makes an attack against the enemy unit, add 1 to your wound roll. So I think before it was reroll all failed wound rolls, but +1 to wound is sort of better, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's pretty reasonable. Yeah, that's strong. Really strong. Is there any others that you think we should call out? Because you know what's good here. What should we be highlighting? I don't want to just randomly...
Master Tactician's quite a good one.
All right.
Because it's shenanigans that lots of other armies get to do that you can now do. This is a sort of Creed's specific one. So to start the first battle round, you can select up to 3 friendly Astra Militarum units, excluding Titanic. Remove them from the battlefield, then set them up anywhere on the battlefield that's wholly within your deployment zone. If the mission is using strategic reserves, you can put them in strategic reserves instead. So that's a nice bit of pre-game mental games with your opponent.
There you go. Yeah, no, not too bad at all. I'll just pick one for the sake of picking one. Lead by example. This Warlord can issue orders to its own unit, even though you cannot normally select officer units when issuing orders. There you go. So it is possible. The rules exist.
Yes, yeah.
Then they've got the Tempestus Scions Warlord traits. Any of those worth talking about?
I would say let's talk about them all quickly, because it's an interesting point. So the first one's Dual Commander. While a friendly Militarum Tempestus infantry unit is within 6 of the Warlord, instead of following the normal rules for rapid fire models in that unit, they make double the number of attacks when shooting with such weapons. I.e., a rapid fire 1 weapon makes 2 attacks at any range. So I initially read this and was like, oh cool, rapid fire 2. That means 4 shots, but it's not. It basically means whatever your rapid fire weapon does it as maximum range all the time, which is still good, because hotshot lasguns, instead of being 18-inch range, they're now 24-inch range, like a normal lasgun. So the fact that you can now do 2 shots at max range is actually pretty cool. Yeah.
No, I like it.
Do you want to do the next one?
I will, thank you. Precision targeting. While a friendly Militarum Tempestus infantry unit is within 6 of this Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. Ooh. It's alright.
It's all right. I think I used to use that in the previous one, deep striking stuff down, because quite often you want to just go, I'm going to come down in your opponent's deployment zone and clear off some of their backfield units, and they always tend to be hiding in a ruin or a forest or something, so mitigating that cover save is quite good. Yeah,
I mean, certainly with Armour of Contempt everywhere these days, it is probably more useful than I'm giving it credit for. So, yeah. What's the next one?
Uncompromising prosecution. So while a friendly Militarum Tempestus infantry unit is within 6 of the Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within half range, i.e. 12 inches for the most part, improve the AP characteristic of that attack by 1. So I believe your hotshots are AP -2 normally, so that becomes -3, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and to be fair,
yeah,
as
-2 normally.
And it used to be that when they were range 18 guns, that would be just the sort of annoying thing, because you'd be like, oh, this would be useful, except I deep strike in and I'm outside of 9. And it's like,
yes.
yeah.
So, I think the range improvement is like the biggest quality of life for Scions, because the only way to do that before was by taking them as Lambda Lions, which increased the range of the guns by a couple of inches, I think. So yeah, this gets get around it straight away. So they can come down, shoot twice, because they're within rapid fire range. And yeah, you can either ignore cover or improve your AP by 1, which kind of does the same thing. Although, yeah, you could almost argue that taking the AP 1's more universally useful than the ignore cover 1. Although I guess not receiving the benefits of cover also ignores dents.
I would have
possibly.
liked... no, because... dents is a benefit of cover. Yeah, so the -1 is ignored by ignoring the benefits of cover. So that,
I believe so.
Yeah, no, it's correct, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
What were you saying you'd have liked?
I just feel like the Hotshot las gun should have just become a one-shot strength 5 AP2 gun. You know what I mean? Like, I would have liked it just to been like, keep it 18-inch range, but make it like one-shot strength 5 AP -2 or -3 or whatever, just to make it more interesting as a thing. Because I just sort of feel like it's like, I don't know, I just feel like it would potentially sort of fit in the archetype a little bit more, where it's like the idea that these guys are precision, you know? They're not just turning up and just, you know, rat-a-tat-tatting off loads and loads of shots. It's like they've come down and they go...
Yeah, well, so there is in the Kazakins, there is the Hotshot Marksman Rifle.
Yeah.
Which is, admittedly, it's 36-inch range. Heavy 1, strength 4, -2 AP and flat 3 damage, and you also ignore Lookout Sir, and unmodified wound rolls of 6, which, you know, combos with Born Soldiers, inflicts 1 mortal wound in addition. So they have got a kind of like a new, like, souped up Hotshot las gun. There's also the volley gun as well, which I think the Scions...
Volley gun,
Hotshot volley gun.
Yeah.
The Scions and the Kazakin also get.
Yeah. No, look, I'm totally fine with it. It's just that thing where it's like, I just think it would have been cool. But anyway, it's an aside. Yeah, I mean, look, they're all shades of... I'd probably take the rapid fire one. But I don't know why. I don't think any of them are especially stand out. I think in that instance, I think if you're definitely leaning into Astra Militarum... Actually, I suppose on balance, I'd probably just get the ignores cover one. I guess that'd probably be the one to go for. Ignore cover. On a consistent basis, it feels like... I don't know. Is it
I mean, I think the drill commander one, where you're shooting at max range, potentially gives you more versatility. So if you're dropping down somewhere, you're probably wanting to be within rapid fire range of something, just so you can get it off like an objective, and then you can get onto it. But then sometimes especially when it was 18-inch before, you were just out of range of anything else, because the battlefield has moved on to the other side of the table. Whereas now at 24 inches, they can just stay where they are and shoot away quite merrily, and they can also move and shoot the maximum amount. So, yeah, that could be quite good. It does mean things like orders, like first rank fire, second rank fire, become less efficient, because you're always doing that rapid fire 2 at max range, whereas that becomes heavy 3 for first rank fire, second rank fire. So yeah, orders maybe become less useful. Like, there's not as obvious combos as like there was before in that respect. But yes, they all seem reasonably good.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
But no one that's necessarily like a standout, which in a way is what you want.
Yeah. Last thing is relics, I suppose, before we get into the old stratagem. So let's quickly do some relics. How many do you want to choose each? I mean, there's a few to go through. So what is it, 2 apiece, 3 apiece?
Let's do 3.
Oh my goodness. God, you love
Let's go crazy.
these Astra Militarum. I'll kick off with Gatekeeper. It's a tank commander equipped with Lehman Russ battle cannon only. This relic replaces Lehman Russ battle cannon and has the following profile. Range of 72. Is that more or less than a regular?
That's the same.
That is the same. Heavy D3 plus 6. That's the same as well, isn't it?
No, that's inverted. So it's normally heavy D6 plus 3. So this is effectively heavy 6 plus D3.
Gotcha. AP minus 3, flat 3 damage.
It's normally -2, I believe. I'm still trying to find it, but it's still flat 3 damage. Yeah.
Okay. So
wait, is it? Hold on. Let me get there.
No worries. We'll give it just a little moment.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to find it. Battle cannon. Demolish a battle cannon. Oh, regular. Oh, yeah, -2 flat 3 damage, strength 8.
Okay.
So it's extra strength, extra AP.
Nice.
But the damage is the same.
And the shots are the same.
No, the shots is the one that's so the normal shots is D6 plus 3, and this is D3 plus 6. And this was so in our game that we played, it was quite confusing because most of the battle cannon weapons are D6 plus 3. Not all of them though. So some are just like, for example, heavy 6. Some are heavy D6. The Nova cannon is D3 plus 6, like the relic battle cannon, and the relic one is D3 plus 6. So what used to be just roll a D6 or potentially 2D6 if you're using grinding advance, now it's all weapon specific. So if you're running lots of different tank types with different turret weapons, it actually does get a bit confusing, especially early doors when you're trying to learn it, because there's no consistency between the number of shots. When it used to be randomized as D6, it seemed quite straightforward. Now it's slightly different. So that was a bit of a confusing factor when we were playing our first game. We were like, why are they all different? And, for the most part, it's D6 plus 3 as standard, but not always.
Noted. Well, there we go. So it seems like an alright weapon, the old Gatekeeper.
Yes. Yeah.
Probably not one that you're always going to take, but it seems like it's got a good argument to be taken.
If you're going to run any kind of tanks, it feels like a good auto include.
Oh, do you think so? You're putting it in the auto include category, aren't you?
If you're going to run some Lehman Russ tanks, probably, because you're getting an extra 3 shots out of it a turn. And you get extra strength and AP, so yes. Yeah, I would probably say it is. Or it's in the category of why not?
Why ever not?
Like, unless you're doing a different kind of combo of strategies of relics and stuff. Yeah, I would probably lean into that one. I mean, it feels like a classic. Maybe over time others will feel more important.
Fair is fair. What are you going to pick?
I'm going to, if I can find it. Oh, it is the Clarion Proclamatus. So it's a command squad model equipped with a Master Vox only. Each time an officer with the bearer unit issues an order, when selecting a target for that order, you can ignore the range restriction for that type of order. But if you do so, you can only select a unit with the Voxcaster keyword as a target for the order. So basically, Voxcaster to Voxcaster, any range, it doesn't matter. And I'm picking this up just to nitpick about it because all the officers in a command squad can only issue one order. There is no other way that I can tell that you can make a command squad have an additional order. There's no warlord traits. There's a relic. There's the tactical auto reliquary of Tiberius, which means one extra order, but that is also a relic, so you can't have a unit with 2 relics in, so that combo is out the window. So even though it words it in a way where it sounds like you could issue multiple orders, there isn't, unless of course you can combo it with a Castellan or Ursula Creed, and they somehow can use their voice of command but they're not in a command squad, so I don't see how that would work. Like if you were nearby, maybe that would be great. But yeah, this feels like an odd one where it feels like you should be able to do some really cool things with it. Like I was saying before, you should be able to order units in vehicles when they get out or something, because you've paid, or you don't pay for it now because it's all free, I think, the Voxcasters. So yeah, it feels like this should be a really cool, useful one, but it's just not quite as, it doesn't play as how you think it will out the gates, which I think is a little disappointing, because you can only issue one order, but it words it in a way which implies you can do more.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Do you want to pick another one?
I'm going to go with Armour of Graf Toshaneko or something along those lines. Do you think that's close to correct?
Toshenko.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense. That is a much more sensible word than whatever I just uttered.
It's a bit more Russian-y sounding Vostrian one.
Yeah. You add one to the bearer's wound characteristic and it gives it a 2+ armour save. Now here's a question. Can I give that to a tank commander?
Yes, but a tank command's already got a 2+ save.
Well, still though, the extra wound. Not bad.
True. Yes, you could technically do that.
Well, fair enough. But yeah, like you say, if they've already got the 2+ save, you're not reaping the full benefit of it, so fair. I think you'll probably want to put that on some kind of, random infantry mini. But yeah, no, nice. I'm all right with it. What are you going for?
Yeah. I'm going to go for one of those Tempesta Scion ones. So it's the Null Coats. It's the Tempestal Prime All Commissar model only, which I didn't realise. So the fact that it can also be given to Commissars is quite cool. In your opponent's psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to deny one psychic power as if it were Psyker, and you get +1 to your Deny the Witch test, which I think is kind of cool, because there's very little anti-psychic options in your army. So getting to do an extra cheeky deny plus getting +1 to that result, I think is quite cool.
Yeah, no, that's pretty reasonable. What am I going to pick? Let's go with another really random one. Claw of the Desert Tigers. Model equipped with Power Sword or Power Saber only. This relic replaces those potential weapons. So Claw of the Desert Tiger is Strength +2, -3, 2 damage, but it has an ability. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 2 additional attacks with this weapon. Ooh. It's alright.
Yes.
More attacks. Okay. Damage 2, -3, Strength 5 Guardsman. Oof.
Yeah, fun
Beefy.
Thematic. Like, you can add it to a Power Saber, which is the Rough Rider squad.
Ah, yes.
And then Power Sword, so your Castellani type command squad people as well.
Take that in my Katachan themed force, that would be powerful.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to go for one that I can't pronounce. Finiao of the Nemdoresh First.
Yes,
it's a command squad model equipped with a regimental standard. So it's basically the banner.
Yes, the banner.
A special banner. So you give a Finiao of a Nemrodesh First aura ability. While a friendly Astra Militarum core unit is within 6 inches of this model's unit, so not just the banner bearer itself, but the whole unit, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, you can ignore any or all modifiers for that attack's hit roll, and if the attack is allocated to an enemy model, that enemy model cannot use any rules to ignore the wound it loses, which includes Feel No Pain, and anyone that has a unit cap on the number of wounds that they can take per turn, such as Gazgol, for example. So potentially very strong, but also very niche against what your opponent's is going to be taking. And obviously the fact it can only affect core. Now, I do believe core is just infantry. Maybe things like sentinels although I think squadron is effectively their equivalent of corps. Yeah, so for example, Chimera won't have core, a battle tank doesn't have core, your heavy weapon squads do, your field and ordnance don't. Again, this is, I think, one of the learning curves with the game is like you do have, you got your officio prefectus keyword, you've got your squadron keyword, you've got your core keyword, you've got your auxilia keyword, all are kind of different groups of units that combo with certain abilities. So you've got a lot to like mentally put into your head and learn.
Ain't that the way it always is when it comes to a bit of the old 40k? Cool, all right. Well, there we go. Relics. Pretty cool. There's nothing else to talk about. So we have to talk about stratagems.
Let's go for it.
Stratagems, Phil. You know we love stratagems. Favourite thing, isn't it, about 40k in the modern era? Love a stratagem. That's what they say about me. Love them.
Isn't that exciting?
Indeed. No, I mean, but, seriously, they're not bad some of the time. I don't find them necessarily that ridiculous. And I think they've gotten to the point now where they kind of just about seem to understand how to balance command points and the relative benefits of it. So let's see what we think. I mean, overall, Phil, you've read all this already. Are these stratagems broadly good? Are you happy overall?
Well, yes. I mean, hands down. They
Hands
previously, you had about 2 good stratagems.
Defensive gunners.
Defensive gunners. I quite like the one where
Arcadia
you
or whatever
had.
it was.
I don't. Was that that was a Chaos specific one. So that was really good when you were playing against Chaos. I like the one where you could issue an extra order. That was really good.
Oh, that was all right.
I think sadly that one didn't make it. And then there was the mechanic one where you could gain an extra wound on a vehicle, which was sometimes quite nice if it gave you like another bracket back.
Yeah.
And then there were some quite good ones. I think Vostrians had like. I wouldn't say overlapping fields of fire. Or was that Acadian specific one? I can't remember now. There was a few good regiment specific ones, which have mostly, some of them have stayed, most of them have changed.
Nice.
But overall, there's just loads more that are good. So overall, pretty cool.
Fair enough. Well, as is the format, we'll pick a couple from each colour and we'll go for it. We'll start with the battle tactic stratagems, the blue stratagems. Phil, what do you reckon?
I'm going to go for one of the ones that's perceived a bit broken.
Oh, really?
Or as part of a combo, at least, which I'll talk to when we cover the other one. So Ingrained Precision is a pretty good one. It's a battle tactic, 1 CP. So use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a born soldier's unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a mod that unit makes a ranged attack, an unmodified hit roll of 5 automatically wounds the target. If the attack automatically wounds the target as a result of this, then for all other rules purposes, the wound roll is considered to be a 6, basically. So, doing what Born Soldiers does, where a 6 auto wounds and counts as a 6, it's just on a 5 up this time, which is pretty good. You're getting to Votan levels of coolness, but not quite. But there's another stratagem which we'll talk about in a second.
Well, why don't you talk about it right away, Phil? You've teased it. Let's talk about it. What colour is it?
Ooh, I believe it is one of the grey ones, military grey. It's the Wargear stratagem Overcharged Las Cells for 1 CP. So obviously it's 2 CP to use both of them on the same unit. So use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Kazakin or Militarum Tempestus unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of that phase, each time a mod on that unit makes an attack with a hot shot weapon, which also includes the volley guns, which is worth bearing in mind, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. A unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase as a result of this stratagem. So you basically combine the 2 of them. So basically you're hitting on 5s. Those 5s effectively equal a mortal wound on a unit. And obviously, even with rapid fire las guns, you're doing quite a lot of shots. And then the weird thing that I think is the bit that's broken is it specifically says a unit can only suffer a maximum of 6 mortal wounds per phase, but in theory you could split fire, or there's in fact a stratagem, if you haven't moved you can shoot twice, so you could target multiple units and then each of those units will be capped at 6 mortal wounds. So potentially your output, if you're rolling very well, is you could do dozens of mortal wounds. I think it's meant to be the unit shooting. It should be capped at 6 mortal wounds, really, rather than the target unit, just to save on shenanigans. That's literally the broken, apparently, in air quotes, combo that people are talking about. And obviously you might have an officer or a Lord Solar, someone around to give you like re-rolls to hit, for example, or an order to give you +1 to your hit roll, things like that.
Okay. So the combo is you get the re-rolls from the Lord Solar or something along those lines. Then you get an order on them that makes them shoot more and better, even though they can only be under the influence of one order at any one time. So
well, yeah, actually, the order wouldn't actually... I don't think the order would make much difference, because that would give you +1 to hit roll. And this specifically says...
the wound, though, don't you?
Yeah, true. It talks about unmodified... it's unmodified hit roll. So, well, an unmodified hit roll of 5...
Yeah, that then becomes the 6, but then the second stratagem is relying on the 6s, isn't it?
The 6s to wound that are automatic. Correct. From the 5+ to hit.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I mean, if you got an...
If you're still +1 to hit, you're still hitting. So say these are the Kasakins, they're still hitting on 2s. So you still got a lot of 2, 3s and 4s that weren't 5s.
Yes.
That you're going to see if you roll 6s on after the fact.
Because you're... if you rolled a 4 and you're +1 to hit, that would technically be a 5, but it's unmodified.
Yeah, it's unmodified.
5. So, yeah, the 4s would just go through on the
but the fact that you can...
ability.
That you still can roll for 6s.
Could get those 6s to wound. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, which is handy, right? I mean, yeah, so basically what you're saying is you get a unit and then you get them so they shoot. I mean, how many hotshot lasgun thingies or however it works with this? How many they got each? Like 4 shots at, or 2 shots at?
No, two shots apiece if you rapid firing.
So what's the build here? Then you basically divide it into segments of 2 or segments of 3? I guess you're going to go like 3 shoot at that, so that's 6 shots. And miraculously, every one of them is going to get me a mortal wound. Is it? I mean, that doesn't seem that ridiculous. And then what? You're going to then split that out across multiple things, requiring you to have line of sight and range. And I think people might be overblowing this a little bit. Again, I don't know if I'm being crazy.
I think the potential sounds worse than it actually would ever realistically be. So you could take a couple of... I think you can take a bunch of hotshot volley guns, which is rapid fire 2.
Oof.
So that would actually then be 4 shots. That would up it. And I think, if I remember rightly, you can take 2 on the Scions and maybe more on the Kazakins.
I mean, the thing is, right, so if it is that's the thing, right, I mean, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure there's people out there that say it's really good. But you got to put a lot of resources into making it.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. When people have been talking about it, I'm like, yeah, cool. But it's obviously a bunch of stratagems. It requires your guys to sort of... They're going to come in, and then the next turn they're not going to be there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, someone with a heavy flamer will melt them all. It's just like, well, not all of them, obviously, with one heavy flamer. Maybe a squadron of Scorchers or something. I don't know. But the point is like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not really sure. Because I've been hearing this, but I didn't know. So, and this is the extent of the combo, right? Like,
yeah, well, as far as I'm aware, that's it. But if you take the Kazakin, you can have 4 of them with the hotshot volley guns.
Oof.
So that will... That makes you have a slightly higher output, but you got to invest in a lot into it.
So you got a unit of 10, 4 of them have got these volley guns, the rest have got hotshot las guns. Even the sergeant, I guess, because he has that in addition to a pistol or whatever,
Yeah.
right? So you've
Yeah,
got
he should-
six
should
of
have
them,
it as
or the
well.
rest of the 4 of them. So you're going to divide it into, I guess, groups of 2 and then 1 group of 3, just because of how it will work out. And then you're going to miraculously be in range for 4 targets, and you're going to roll so optimally that every single thing you shoot at will take 6 mortal wounds. While bearing in mind, you can't have them arriving from deep strike and do as efficiently, because you couldn't put the reroll hits aura on them from the Lord Solar, I'm guessing, because I'm guessing that's a chapter master reroll.
I think he's... well, it depends which one you're doing. Yeah, so hold on. Lord Solar, let's have a quick look at him.
God, no. Here it... Where?
So he gets natively just the regular, reroll hit rolls and wound rolls of 1.
Okay.
Just as an aura, but then in your command phase you can select 1,
Yeah,
and you're re-rolling all your hit rolls and all your wound rolls.
But again, here's the thing: you can't do that on this unit if you're wanting them to arrive from deep strike or come out of a transport, because that's in the command phase. So that's not happening. You can't then also issue them other orders because that's in the command phase. So that's not happening. So unless of course they're mechanized.
Yes. So I think the interesting thing you could do is you can, Kazakins can take, they've got to have born soldiers to do this. But Kazakin can take an extra regimental doctrine.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So one unit can be mechanized, so they can be in a transport.
But then can the character be mechanized? Because the character have to be mechanized in order to do it.
Yes, yeah. So the way you would do that then is your main army-wide doctrine is mechanized, because then the character can have it, but you give the Kazakins as their bonus the born soldiers ability, so they've got the keyword to do it. So they can both pop out the transport after you've moved. He can then issue them an order if you really want to. So let's say you take the Castellan, that gives you a native reroll 1 to hit anyway, just from his aura ability. And then you can give him an extra order like first rank fire, second rank. No, you wouldn't do that one.
But for all of this, just so as I'm clear, you've lost born soldier for the whole of your army, which is clearly a strong ability.
If you, that's only if you really want an officer with them for rerolls.
Yeah, which I imagine you might.
Yeah, possibly.
Because you're going to need.
I mean,
if you're going to have a unit that is going to do this supposed optimal output, you need to be able to put it somewhere where it's going to do it. Therefore, you need the mobility. So you need mechanized.
Or you take a Scion command squad that can just deep strike down near them. Oh, but then they can't do the orders.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless you combo it with, like, I don't know, the relic banner or something. Oh no, because that ignores number of. Yeah, ignore me.
See, this is the thing, right? I'm not being ridiculous, okay? But like, Votan, right, are utterly broken from the point of they just are in all instances, right? Like they are natively broken. Like everything about them is wrong from the baseline. Yes, I admit that if you are able to expend huge amount of resources on making this one unit have a heck of a turn, and your opponent is ignorant enough to this being a possibility that it happens efficiently, and you get all of your eggs in one basket and you deliver that heavy hit. I mean, if that does happen for you, amazing. But I feel like you're probably pushing your luck, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's much different from is it Radium Shells stratagem from the AdMech?
Yeah.
Which is force. Is that force to hit also wound?
That is force.
Or does it also do a
wound?
mortal?
Yeah.
So it's sort of similar, right? And that can
no
go on
cap
units of up to 20.
Oh, sorry, yeah. They just don't get the mortal wounds with that, though, right?
Yes.
You know, the thing is, though, genuinely, I seriously hope in the next Grand Tournament pack they just turn around and go 1 stratagem per unit. You know what I mean? There you go. That solves it for everyone. Just go, a unit can only be under the influence of one stratagem, you know?
Yeah, I think this is where the combos come in, but I think people like that. They like, I like to do this and stack it with this one, because you get a buzz from finding a combination.
That's true. That is true.
Or you just get a buzz from reading about one and then going, I'm totally using that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, those felt like obvious, like good synergies when I was reading through the book. And then that was obviously the one everyone else seems to have also latched on. But I don't think it's egregious. I think it's good. And it's, even if you're just doing 6 mortal wounds out of that unit. And then even if somehow you could spend another 2 CP because you haven't moved, let's say, that you could then shoot again with them. And then also potentially that would stack with the ability to do another 6 mortal wounds on another unit.
Oh, I see.
I'm a bit like
shoot twice, can't they? Yes.
Yeah, but you will have spent 4 CP to have made that happen. And I'm like, fair enough. That, considering 1 CP normally averages to about 3 mortal wounds, that's bang on the money for that output. Well, actually, no, you'd have done 12, not 6. But it's not unrealistic, right? It doesn't seem too crazy.
No, I think it seems fine.
Your Kazakin and your Scions, who are the people that can do this, don't really want to be stationary either.
No.
For that purposes, unless of course you can somehow give them an order that makes them stationary, but not having come from Deep Strike or a transport, because that's the two that order doesn't affect.
Yeah.
So it's like the cool combination that you really want just can't be done because of the rules. Anyway, yeah. So those are a couple that seem half decent.
Fair enough.
But there's a bunch of others that you can randomly pick a couple, and there's gonna. I'm sure
I'll pick one, mate. If that's all right with you, I'll pick one. Immovable indoctrination. Use a stratagem any phase when a Militarum Tempestus infantry unit from your army that is within range of an objective marker is selected to target as the target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made against that unit, the attack's wound roll cannot be re-rolled. Ooh. Worse than the armor penetration characteristic of attacks by 1. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. 1 CP. Make your Scions feel a little bit, ever so slightly like Votan. Not as good, but, almost like them, for 1 CP.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah.
How many points is a Scion?
Oh, well, I think it's 10, I think. And then, no, wait, I think maybe they're 11, because Kazakins are cheaper than Scions.
Well, fair enough. Kazakins are 10 points, and Scions, Tempestus Scions are 11 points, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah, fair enough. So they are 11 points, which is, I think, isn't that like the same points as a Votan? Standard Votan, or were they? I can't remember what they went up to. Maybe they went up to 12. There you go. Anyway, so yeah, for 1 CP, you can get a rule that they baked into those guys as standard. Jolly good.
So should we do? Let's do Vengeance for let's do Cadia Stand. So this is,
but it doesn't feel it's gone. Move on.
True, it's a metaphor for the men and women of the army. Interesting that Vengeance for Cadia is specifically locked to Cadian troops now. Cause it's like, but can't other people get vengeance on behalf of the Cadians?
Maybe that would be a third stratagem. Vengeance on behalf of Cadia. Slightly less bothered about it.
So Cadia Stands is a 1 CP battle tactics stratagem still. So you can use it in any phase when a Cadian infantry unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack. Until the end of that phase, when you're making a wound roll, unmodified wound rolls of 1 to 3 fail. So you get transhuman for your infantry Cadians.
Nice. We'll move on to the Browns, the Epic D stratagems. Battlefield Surgery, 1 CP. Select one Astra Militarum medic unit from your army that is below its starting strength and not within engagement range of any enemy units. Up to D3 destroyed models, excluding officer models, can be added back to that unit with their full wounds remaining. Bit of a bummer that they specifically said that you can't bring back the officers. Again,
yes.
Votan get to bring back their stupid sergeant with its full Invan.
Yeah, so there is a sneaky thing you can do. So in terms of medipacks, you get them on all the command squads plus the Krieg infantry unit as well. With the regular command squads that we get to it when we do the data sheets, you can get attaches. So they're the things like the ordnance guy and the I want to say airfield marshal. My brain's literally melted. Main thing is you can get bodyguards, which are the Ogrins. Now, they don't have the officer keyword. So the point is, when you have a bodyguard, they take all the initial hits, so they will be the first model to die, and then you can use your medipack with the Battlefield Surgery stratagem to bring back your Ogrin, who's got the ton of toughness, decent save, bunch of wounds, which is a bit...
That is a bit silly, yeah.
A little bit shenanigans. I presume they will probably add that and FAQ it, because it does seem a bit over the top and potentially not as intended. But yeah, the fact that you can't bring back your main officer just means he'll be one of the last to go, right? In the squad.
Maddening. Give us another one, Phil.
Let's do the old classic Crush Them.
Crush them!
Yes. So it used to be you could advance and then charge, and your weapon skill became 2+, which was really good on the old Hades drill, which I think has a weapon skill of 4+ natively. So now this is what you get for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a battle tank or super heavy model from your army is selected to fight. So immediately your Hades drills just can't be picked. Until the end of that phase, each time that model makes an attack against an enemy unit, excluding vehicles or monsters. So change the model's weapon skill characteristic to 4+. So I think tanks normally have a 6+. Although, hold on, super heavies might have a 5+. Let's have a quick look. See. Yeah, super heavies have a 5+, and a Lehman Russ has a something or other. Oh my god, my head's too cold. Hold on, I'm flicking. I'm going in the wrong direction. I need some filler chat, Dan. That's
I've got nothing to offer, mate.
That's fine. It's a 6+.
Okay, good. There we go.
So 4+, quite decent. If the model has the armored keyword, change its characteristic to 3+ instead.
Ooh.
I think armored you can get. I think there's 2 ways. One of them is a regimental doctrine. I think I could be completely making that up.
Isn't that a form of sentinel or something?
Yeah, so if you take armored superiority, you gain you gain the armored superiority keyword, so it isn't that. No, it's just from track guard. It's either track guards or
armored sentinels.
Do they get it?
I don't know. Do they even have armored sentinels anymore?
No, armored sentinels is a thing.
It seems logical they'd be armoured then.
Yeah, you get armoured tracks, you get the armoured keyword, not, funnily enough, the dozer blade, which you would think would be quite the one that you would give it to.
The dozer blade gives you nothing, I would assume, unless now it gives you...
It gives you, you can ignore any modifiers to move characteristics, advance, and charge roll.
Well, that's actually quite decent. Nice to see dozer blades having an actual purpose again.
I mean, they've always had a rule, but they've just never been.
Not in the old edition.
Super
in the or for various armies and Marines. Dozer blades.
You are correct though. Armored Sentinels do get the armored keyword.
I mean, it's only logical,
by default. I mean, isn't that nice? But if you take the armored superiority regiment trait, you don't get it then. No. Also, so yes, if you've got the armored keyword, it becomes 3+. instead of a 4+. On an unmodified wound roll of 6, the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage. Bearing in mind this doesn't actually stack with Born Soldiers, because Born Soldiers is only in shooting phase, not combat phase.
All right.
So, I mean, it's probably not as good as it used to be, but...
No, I think we could have guessed that from the outset.
It's still all right.
It's fine. Not great. All right, that'll probably do for the browns. We're not going to bother with the reds, I assume, because that's all just the stuff that you normally get, unless there's something special about these.
Yeah, so one of them allows you to give specific relics to effectively command squads, or to sergeants and watchmasters. So you can give a normal bog standard unit a relic. One of them, which we didn't talk about, is the Barbicant's Key, which is the old dagger of Tushuka. Basically allows you to teleport around the table once per game as an ability, which is one of the ones you would give them. There's a couple of others that you can also give, mostly things like, one of them's a relic of Lost Cadia, and a bunch of them are kind of like weapons, I believe, like pistols. And then the other one is, just giving command squad models specific relics as well. So the Master Vox one and the banner that we talked about as well.
Right.
So they're like a couple of like little differences, but beyond that, they kind of do the same as what all the others do, right?
Decent. That being giving warlord traits and relics. Shock horror.
Yes.
We'll do the greens. The strategic ploy stratagems. Mount up. That's 1 CP. Sorry, no, it isn't. It's 2. Silly old me. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase after a mechanized or Militarum Tempestus infantry unit from your army has shot. If every model in that unit is within 3 of a friendly transport model, that infantry unit can embark within it. This cannot allow that transport model to exceed its transport capacity. Oh.
So this is actually a really good stratagem that you picked. So if you combo it with the mechanized regiment ability, you can have a unit of whatever you want inside a, let's say, Chimera, right? That Chimera moves. They can then use the mechanized infantry ability to disembark within 3 inches of that Chimera at the end of the movement phase. Then in their shooting phase, they can shoot. Then you can use this mount up ability and they can get back into the transport. And originally I was convinced that you couldn't do that because I was like, that kind of feels a bit shenanigans. But I double checked the rules. You can't re-embark a transport in the same phase that you disembarked it. But because this is now a shooting phase, it's totally legit. And for 2CP, it feels like fair enough. So quite a cool, handy little combo if you wanted to blitzkrieg up the board with a bunch of like Kazakin or Scions in a vehicle. Drop them out, shoot, do your big hit, right? If you're doing that kind of Las-Cell overcharge combo. And then for yet another 2CP, you can hide them back in the Chimera just so they've got an added bit of survivability. Because otherwise they will just get blown off the table, right?
Yeah, it's decent, right? And the fact that Scions get it as well is pretty reasonable, you know? I mean, that's a nice...
I like that there's a bunch of combos, a bunch of stratagems specifically aimed at Scions and Kazakin as like a thing, and that they, to an extent, relatively interchangeable in terms of how you want to play the game.
Yeah. That's all right, that one.
I'm going to pick acceptable losses for 1 CP. So use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select 1 Astra Militarum unit from your army that is not within engagement range of any enemy units. Then select 1 enemy unit. Until the end of that phase, models in that Astra Militarum unit can target the enemy unit even though it is within engagement range of other friendly platoon or Grim Demeanor units. Grim Demeanor being a keyword for a specific regiment trait. Each time a model makes an attack against such target, the attack hits roll cannot be re-rolled, and an unmodified hit roll of 1. Resolve that attack against 1 friendly unit selected by you that is within engagement range of the target instead. and you resolve any attacks against friendly units after resolving all the attacks against the enemy. So basically you can target a unit that's locked in combat with one of your units, and effectively you can potentially sacrifice a couple of hits against your own men, which I think is really cool. I think it's got some really fun play in a tank, like a tank only army. You do sort of have to sacrifice a particular either one model by giving it an ability via the tank ace upgrade, or you just take one of your regiment traits and you make it all grim demeanor. So all your tanks in grim demeanor, you actively select a couple that are going to be like close combat specialists. So you give them like flame sponsons and stuff. And even then it doesn't necessarily matter too much, because with the turret rule, you can still shoot out of combat and stuff like that. But then when that unit gets locked in combat, you can be like, cool, I'm going to use this ability to shoot at the unit that it's stuck in combat with. So I think that's kind of a nice ability. I definitely want to try that as a tactic at one point.
Yeah. I guess we'll do another one each on the old greens. I'll go with flak barrage. Let's go with that. Use the stratagem at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. Select one Hydra unit from your army that is not within engagement range of any enemy units. That unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but when doing so, models in that unit can only target a single eligible enemy aircraft unit that was set up as reinforcements this turn. I mean, all right, sure. It's like they think they're writing rules for 7th edition again. It's like,
yes, the old, was it Intercept?
Yeah, it was Intercept. Yeah.
I mean, it's thematic. I kind of wish they, instead of saying aircraft keyword, it was the fly keyword. So then there's a bunch of, skimmers, jetpack infantry stuff that you could still target, which is still sort of in the theme of what it's trying to do. But locking it up against aircraft just means, you're probably never gonna use it. I mean, it's quite rare that an enemy aircraft effectively isn't on the board to begin with, right? Unless they've flown off and then they're coming back on again. Very few aircraft now deep strike. Drop pods wouldn't count because they don't have the aircraft keyword. Yeah, thematic, but kind of pointless, I think, on that front.
Yeah, I mean, just, again, a perfectly reasonable rule in an edition where flyers have to arrive from reserves. In an edition where that isn't the case, it's just a waste of an entry in so many instances.
Yes, yeah.
It's like, I'm bringing this Hydra. I've brought this Hydra to 100 games. And when my opponent looks at me and goes, "Oh, is that a Hydra?" "Oh, yeah. All right, cool. I guess I won't put my flyer in reserve this game then. It's like, oh, the one time it could have worked. I just won't be doing it. It's like, please do it so as I can shoot at you in your movement phase. Yes, no, that would be silly.
But if something does go into reserve, though, you can use this stratagem, which, again, references a rule that old Richie used in a 4-player game that we did one time with his officers. This is orbital interference for 2 CP is a strategic ploy stratagem. Use this stratagem at the start of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase if an officer of the fleet model from your army is on the battlefield. If it is the first or the second battle round, you can select one of your opponent's strategic reserves or reinforcements units. That unit cannot arrive on the battlefield this phase for any reason, even if it has another rule that states that it always arrives on the battlefield during a specific battle round, i.e. drop pod assault. You can only use this stratagem once. I'm like, cool, blimey, this is fun. You will, potentially just ruin one of your opponent's days, I think, with this one, or potentially muck up a key battle plan that they have.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly more. It's certainly more advantageous. It's more likely to come into effect than our glorious Hydra.
Yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
That much we could say. All right, we've got some grey ones to finish it out. The War Gear stratagems. There's only 4, so I guess we'll just go through them. Although smoke launchers, I imagine we don't care about.
Yeah, so overcharged allows sales we've already done. Smoke launchers is just -1 to hit as usual.
So
ablative plating and melter mine are two interesting ones.
Fine, so I'll do the first one, which is the plating. Use the stratagem any phase when a battle tank or armoured unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack until the end of the phase. Each time an attack made against that unit, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack to a minimum of 1. If that unit has a super heavy or Rogal Dawn battle tank keyword, this stratagem costs 3 CP, otherwise it costs 2. So -1 damage for 2 CP or 3 CP, depending on what you want. Not bad. Fine, even.
I mean, it's okay, but 2 CP to do something that's innately inbuilt into every dreadnought in a Marine army.
Vehicles, probably, maybe. I can't remember. I gave up reading after that.
I don't think they do.
I'm going to say they do, because I hate them. I hate
possibly.
them.
I mean, maybe some do. But yeah, I think 2 CP is too expensive. I think 1 CP for a battle tank. And yeah, like the armoured obviously applies to a sentinel. So 2 CP to keep a sentinel alive feels like a lot. You must
really like that sentinel, is the sentinel.
Yeah, 2 CP for a super heavy or Rogal Dawn tank, fair enough. 3 CP is just bonkers, right? That is 3 CP. I mean, not much is worth 3 CP nowadays. I mean, if you were being hit by, you'd have to be hit by a lot of stuff. Does it last? And it does. To be fair, it lasts for the whole phase. But potentially, as soon as you pop that stratagem, your opponent will just be like, okay, cool, I'll shoot your other tank then instead. If they had loads of 2 damage weapons.
Well, the sequence of events is very much a case of that they've declared that as the target. You've said that's your response, and then obviously they will have the option to choose another target. And if they then go, I'll choose that tank instead, you go, well, I'll put it on that one then. And then it's
so obviously they're selected as a target of an attack. Yeah. So then they've committed for that unit that's shooting, but then all the other units, assuming it's still lots of
but that's the thing. Like normally, most people have something that's quite obviously like someone going, "Here's my 20 heavy bolter unit." You'll go, "Yeah, all right, fair enough. I'll do it against them." And let's go, okay, you know. And then the last one, Phil.
Oh yeah, Melter Mine for 1 CP. So use a stratagem in your fight phase when a Melter Mine unit from your army is selected to fight. I believe this is only on the Kazakin. Select one enemy vehicle or monster unit within engagement range of that unit and roll a d6. On a 2 to 5, the enemy unit suffers d3 plus 1 mortal wounds. On a 6, it suffers 2 d3 mortal wounds.
Blimey.
I mean, niche, but it's
kind
of cool. It just actually reminded me that the Kill Team Breachers, the Imperial Navy guys, aren't in here. And I was sort of hoping
they've got their own Kill Team data sheet that was on the Warhammer website.
I know, but you would have thought, I mean, they are, I guess they're adjacent to the Imperial Guard. They're not technically Imperial Guard.
No, they're the Imperial Navy.
Yes, but you would have thought they would have stuck them in there.
But they haven't.
But no, that was my point, just realising, because they had I think they've got a mine as well, or something, a breacher guy, that they haven't appeared in here. But you've got the officer of the fleet. They could have said, if you take him, you can bring him along. Yeah, okay. That was just a little passing thought. I wasn't necessarily expecting them, but I would have liked it if they were.
I mean, I would have liked it too. It would have been good for them to have supported that range. Because let's be honest with ourselves, that unit of Imperial Navy breaches outside of the confines of the few people who got it in that box set with the crew will probably reside in complete obscurity now forevermore. It'll become one of the more sparsely used units.
A bit like the other Rogue Trader team that was with them, that are meant to be like a mini detachment on their own.
Indeed. Let's do some data sheets, mate, because, I mean, crikey, this is going to go on forever and a day at this rate.
Oh, yes. That's what they want, Dan. That's what they've requested.
Well, yeah, true, but right now it's 9:30 on a Friday. I've still got to edit this thing to come out in less than 12 hours, so I'd rather prefer to get it done.
Fair enough.
Let's just talk about the Lord Solar just to get it going. Come on, tell me what he does.
Okay, he has a movement of 12 inches.
He's on a Space Horse, yes.
So he's a guy on a horse. Loads of people have been converting him up already because they can't obviously wait for the model. Weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, as you'd expect. Strength. What would you expect a strength to be for a human, Dan?
Well, I can see what
would
it
you
is
ever,
here,
in your wildest imagination, expect a human to have a strength of 6?
He does have
Strength
a lot
6.
of money, Phil.
I mean, he's on.
He's basically
a
dropping
lot of
his wallet on their heads. I
was going to say he's probably beefed up with loads of steroids, but he's pumping something into his system. So he's got a strength of 6. Let's just assume it's the strength of the robotic horse. Toughness of 4. So the robotic horse isn't very tough, but he's got 8 wounds. He's got 6 attacks. He's got leadership 10. Could technically be 11, but he's obviously not custodian level. But he does have a 3+ save. He's equipped with the Soul's Righteous Gaze, which is his pistol, and he's equipped with Conquest, which I believe is the name of the horse. Maybe it's not the horse. Maybe it's the name of the sword. It would be the sword. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God, does the horse? I'm hoping normally all horses get clip clop attacks. They get hoof attacks in combat, which might be represented in some of the rules, but it's not on the profile, which is what you normally see. Anyway, Soul's Righteous Gaze. It's a 12-inch pistol 2, strength 8, -3, 3 damage, no rules.
Okay.
Pretty good though. It's basically a 2-shot pistol battle cannon that's better than a battle cannon, so not bad. Then he's got Conquest, which is strength user, so strength 6, -3 AP, 2 damage. Again, weirdly, no ability. So for all his money, he's got very good weapons, but they're not super special weapons with abilities.
No, he's sorely lacking.
He's got the Voice of Command and Regimental Tactics, which pretty much everyone has. He's got the Artificer Refractor Helm, which gives him a 4+ invulnerable save, and each time an attack is allocated to this model, halve the damage characteristic of that attack, rounding up, which is strong.
Yeah, very strong.
He's got the Collegiate Astrolex, which sounds like a fancy watch. After your opponent has revealed their secondary objectives or agendas for a battle, if your army contains this model, you can choose to change one of your secondary objectives or agendas, following the normal rules for picking them. If you do not choose to do so, or if your battle doesn't use them, because you're basically not playing Crusade or GT Pack, then at the start of your first command phase, you gain 1 additional command point. I'm still underwhelmed by that one.
I mean, extra command points not bad.
True, but just 1, not 1 per turn, just 1.
Sorry, Phil, it's not 1 per turn. Jesus.
Well, although saying that, I do wonder what warlord trait he actually gets. So maybe he does get the one that gives him. You can refund warlord traits. So what CP? Anyway, he's got the Heroic Senior Officer, which is a 6-inch aura for core units, reroll hit rolls of 1 and wound rolls of 1. So not too bad. And then he's got the Lord Commander Solar. So in your command phase, you can select one friendly core, Astra Militarum character, or Astra Militarum battle tank unit within 6. And so at the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can re-roll the hit roll. And if it's a core unit, you can re-roll the wound roll. Yep. That's quite good.
Yep. Just
also
let you know, his warlord trait is Grand Strategist, so it's the regen on 5+.
So that he can gain you more CP, basically, which is quite cool. Then he's got Commanding Authority. So this model knows regimental orders, prefectus orders, and mechanized orders, so he knows all of them. Mm-hmm. In your command phase, it can issue up to 3 orders. In addition to normal units, you can select for regimental and prefectus orders. This model can issue regimental and prefectus orders to friendly infantry officers and militarum auxiliary units, which things like, abhumans. In addition to the mechanized orders, you can issue mechanized orders to vehicle officer and super heavy units. So he's the only person that out the bat can issue orders to officers and stuff that can't normally get it, like the Ratlings, Ogren, Bulgrin, and super heavies. So he can issue it to anyone, basically, which is potentially worth taking just on its own for that ability, and the fact that you can do 3 of them, which is cool.
Yeah. I mean, all told, 170 points. He's pretty good, isn't he? I mean...
It's quite cheap.
Yeah. I'll be honest, my frustration always with this stuff is I just don't feel like these characters... I just don't think they do a good enough job of making you believe that they deserve this sort of treatment. You know what I mean? Like, it's always that thing where it's like, here's the new guy, and he's amazing, but it's always like, yeah, but you never do a good enough job of making me understand why. And, yeah, I just sort of, innately, it just sort of annoys me reading it, because I'm like, well, like, do you even care about any, like, kind of gameplay continuity or... like any kind of sort of common language within your kind of game design principles when it comes to like the limitations of humans. The fact that you've given him strength 6 out of the gate is like, what is that about? Like, where did that number just come from? It just sort of feels like they're just plucking stuff out of the air. And again, things like the fact that he's got weapon skill 2+. All right, maybe fine. I'll get on board with that. And ballistic skill 2+. Sure, I guess so. But again, even that, it's like, feels like the best guardsman should have like the best guardsman at fighting should have a weapon skill of like 3+.
Yeah, I know, but they've been doing this for a while. Like
I know.
Some of the Gene Stealer cult models, which are effectively good miners, have weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+.
Yeah.
You're like, I get it that you've been Gene Stealerified, but that just doesn't really compare to like a custodian, right? And I guess that is the limitation when you strip back the weapon skill and ballistic skill to a D6 roll as opposed to a stat line of 1 to, well, technically 0 to 10 or what it was before. So so there's always just going to be, there's a really good guy and it's always going to have a 2+.
Yeah, and I get it. I get it.
The strength 6 is one that kind of confounded me because I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And it's not like and I just checked the Rough Riders, the Rough Rider horses don't get an attack. So that is now the preserve of the Death Riders with their horses having hooves, killer hooves. I'm surprised the horse isn't on here, I guess. It technically doesn't make sense, right? Because even if you're saying the robotic horse has a strength of 6, but then when he hits with his sword, he hits at the same strength as the horse. Like,
I wouldn't mind.
It's just sort of confusing.
You wouldn't have minded though, right? Because the same would have been achieved if they just literally just gone. It's strength times 2, AP free 2 damage, right? Like, and you'd be like, sure.
But then you go, oh, the strength is built into the sword. He's not strength 6.
Yes,
he's strength 3, which he should be because he's a human. Yeah. But his sword makes him hit at strength 6 because it's a space and racy sword.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing that sort of irks me about it. Is not that just shows a sort of a lack of just appreciation for the narrative that the game still kind of extends into. You know, it's like. It just intrigues me now that it seems like it just doesn't seem like there's any actual kind of ideology or kind of principle behind anything they do. They don't have like a rule of this is what a human can accomplish. This is what a Marine can accomplish. This is what an Elder is. This is what they don't have consistent baselines anymore. It's always just like, wow, this one's just toughness 4. Why? Got a horse. It's like, all right. Fine, good, sure.
No, I don't necessarily mind that because it always, like with Space Marines on bikes, you'd always get +1 to your toughness for being mounted.
That's true actually, and that's fair actually within that. But again, it's that thing, isn't it? It's like I think going right back to the start of that statement, or the things I was saying about this, it's because they haven't earned it. They've just given him stuff, and you're just like, well, who is he? Where's he come from? Why is he in charge? Why did you kill off Yarrick for this guy? You know what I mean?
I see. It's easy to make that comparison, and I think it's because Yarrick, especially as a commissar, would have been the perfect centerpiece model for an army that anyone could take. He didn't need to necessarily be Lord Salar. He could just be Yarrick. He's a commissar, and because he's like a hero, he could go with any army. and any regiment, yes, he's like specifically themed historically with Steel Legion, but he could have just been a model that's a centerpiece for anybody in the same vein as this guy. And I don't think they were as joined up to go, well, we want the Lord Solar model to be the standout piece, so we're going to kill off Yarrick. Like I said, I think they were just like, we're trying to get rid of our Finecast models, so we get rid of a Yarrick for that reason, and this guy just happened to be coming along at the same time. So it's like a coincidence, not a tinfoil hat conspiracy.
But this is the thing, right? So conversely, Iron Hand Strachan, right? Movement 6, weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 3+. Already reasonable, good at fighting, all right at shooting. Strength 6, he's half robot. I get it, and he's a Kata-Chata-Chan. Absolutely fine. Toughness 4, he's half robot. Whatever, and he's a Kata-Chata-Chan. Makes sense. 5 wounds, probably a bit much, but he's half robot and a Kata-Chata-Chan. 6 attacks. Probably a bit much, but he's half robot. Anyway, I'll stop doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good, to be fair.
Leadership 9, probably a bit much, but he's half robot. Kata-Chata-Chan. You see? It makes sense, because I can justify it.
How do you feel about his free-up save when he's a half robot?
Because he's half robot. Kata-Chata-Chan. It's fine. This is the thing. They have created stories that have spanned generations about Iron Hand Strachan. I can read those rules and go, yeah, sure, whatever. He's got an auto shotgun, range 12, assault 3, strength 4, 2 damage. Oh, bionic arm with Devil's Claw. Strength users, a strength 6 minus 3, 2 damage. It's all right. He's got voice of command, regimental tactics. He's a senior officer, so things can reroll ones. Been there, seen it, killed it. Each time this model makes a melee attack against enemy monster units, you can re-roll the wound rolls. Of course, because he's Iron Hand Strachan, for God's sakes. He's got, a 4-up invulnerable save, because of course he does, because he's half robot and Kata-Tata-Chan. And then lastly, Cold Steel and Courage. Each time this model issues an order to a unit until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, unless that target of the attack is a vehicle, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. Note that this ability only affects the original target of the order and not any additional units that are affected by the order using regimental tactical ability. Right, okay, so what happens then if for them they just get... So basically you can only give it to one unit is what they're saying.
You can't. I think it's saying you can't do the splash ability of your orders.
Fine. Well, you can, but they get it splashed on them, and I guess as a result, all that happens is they lose whatever order they already had on them, and then gain nothing.
No, it's just saying that. So it says, note that this ability only affects the original target of the order. So they can have the order, but not that this specific...
But no benefit from it, fine.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, right? Iron Hand Strachan. Legit, I'm fine with that. Nothing about that felt like nonsense. Because I believed it. And to be fair to him, pretty good. How many points would you pay, Phil, for an Iron Hand Strachan?
85.
Oh, you're going 85 for Iron Hand. Or Iron Arm, what I just said. It's
probably going to be a bit cheaper.
75 points?
Yeah, they're pretty cheap. Well, I mean, they're mostly around that ballpark.
He's a pretty good character for the 75 points.
But he's pretty tough. He's a lot better at that. Like, I like that some of the guard officers are like punching combat now, and they never used to be. They're still reasonably squishy.
I find an excuse just to throw one of them in the army, mate.
Yeah, so with him, I think it's the other Cat-Chan model that has an ability specific for Cat-Chan models. It's good that he's generic, even though he's got the Cat-Chan keyword. He can just go into any army, and his abilities benefit any army. So that is worth thinking. Like, do I want to make my own Krieg version of him, for example, and give them like a half robotic body?
I do think they gave him one too many attacks, though. I think they should have dialed that down for 75 points, especially. I think 6 attacks is a lot.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think 5 attacks would have been about right. But hey, look, at the end of the day.
Yeah. And he can issue 2 orders, so that's not too bad.
Yeah.
He is also a commandant as well, so there are a couple... he's actually, I think, quite a strong choice, because so you obviously, as other single models, you've got... let's not talk about Lord Solar, but you've got Ursula Creed and the Cadian Castellan. So they're all regiment locked, right? If you're wanting to take a Krieg solo officer or, insert regiment of your choice, there's no generic one that isn't technically locked to another regiment, but at the same time, that is kind of meaningless.
Yeah.
It unlocks access to a couple of stratagems and some other abilities.
I would be converting a Krieg Iron Arm Strachan right now, mate.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think he's pretty good.
Yeah. Just get a half robot, half Krieg, slap him in your army.
Yeah, so the one I currently run in our game was Ursula Creed. Do you
want to talk about Ursula Creed?
Yeah, just because she's a new model and the coat style is very similar of the Field Marshal Venner from the Krieg range. So she has a 6-inch move, 3+ weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength of 3, toughness 3. See, she's not got no channy abilities. 5 wounds, 5 attacks, which is pretty good. Leadership 9 and a 4+ save. They're equipped with Duty and Vengeance, which is a 12-inch range pistol 4, strength 5, -3 AP, 2 damage. And they've also got a bog standard power sword, which is +1 strength, so strength 4, -3 AP, 1 damage. Voice of Command Regimental Tactics as always. Then you've got Lord Castellan's Fury. Each time this model issues an order to a unit until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, add 1 to the strength characteristic of that attack. Note that this ability only affects the original target and not any additional units from the splash, basically. Which is kind of cool. So your las guns can be strength 4, which is nothing to sniff at, especially on Scions or Kazakin, with their decent AP for killing Marines, for example. So that will make a huge difference. I was going to see who they can actually issue. They can only issue regimental orders, so they can't issue it to things like tanks, but they could issue it to heavy weapons squads and artillery and stuff like that. So you could get some other units getting a decent strength. 5 up invulnerable save due to a refractor field. Tactical Genius, which is quite a cool ability. So while this model is on the battlefield, you can use the command reroll stratagem up to twice per phase instead of only once, which is like a nice novel sort of gimmick. And then Senior Officer Aura, so each time an Astra Militarum core unit within 6, you can re-roll the hit roll of 1. And they know the regimental orders, and you can issue up to 3 orders in your command phase.
Decent.
So, pretty solid all-rounder with some nice abilities.
Yeah, no, strong. But again, who is she? I don't know. She found a mysterious coat.
Yeah, I do wish there was just a tiny touch more background. Like, they didn't need to go crazy in depth, but, just enough more to sell them to us.
Yeah, exactly. Make me believe. But anyway, Rattlings. That's what I want to talk about, Phil. Rattlings. That's where it's at. They're movement 5. Weapon skill 5+, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 2. Isn't that less tough than a grot? I think that's the same toughness.
Same, yeah. I believe they've always been toughness 2 though, so
it seems a bit harsh. I would have thought a Rattling should have been toughness 3. I thought they should be a bit more sturdy than a Snotling or whatever it is, a grot.
Yes, yeah.
Anyway.
They are. I mean, they're small, but they're not that small.
Yeah. 1 wound, 1 attack, leadership 5. Again, I would have thought they'd be quite brave, the Rattlings. I don't know why I've...
only brave when you've given them their lunch.
And 6+ save, which again seems mighty low, because it's not like they're not wearing some armour. Anyway, there we go. They got a sniper rifle. range 36, heavy 1, strength 4, -1 AP, 1 damage, but each time you roll a 6, you inflict mortal wounds. So that's an unmodified hit roll of 6 gets you a mortal wound, which is... wound roll of 6 will get you a mortal wound. And you ignore Lookout Sir, of course. You've got abilities, though. Find the best spot during deployment. When you set up this unit, it can be set up anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 away from enemy deployment zones. That's very useful. Incredibly useful, to be fair. Shoot sharp and scarper. Once per turn, after this unit has shot, it can make a normal move. If it does so, after resolving Overwatch, your opponent can select a new target for that charge. So not only can you shoot and move, you can Overwatch and move, which is mighty fine, if you ask me, with a movement of 5. And then naturally stealthy. Each time a ranged attack is made against this unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Each time a ranged attack is allocated to a model in this unit while it is receiving the benefits of cover, add an additional 1 to the armor saving throw made against that attack. Now, I really think they should have a 5+ armor save. I think it's a bit crazy that they've given them a 6+ armor save, because that basically implies they've gone out to battle in their t-shirt and trousers. But all the same, I do think that there is a lot of fun that can be had with the Rattling Squad, and they're just 10 points a model. They're 50 points for their unit 5. The utility of just having them as a roadblock is useful. Not to mention the fact that they can be poking their head around a corner, taking pot shots into characters, darting out of the way, you being able to get in the way of people as they're trying to, using them as like screens for charges and things. It's because that's the thing. I mean, you could put them in front of units, right? And then they make it so that they have to charge them. Like basically be like, oh, I've got to charge those Rattlings, and then you go, that's cool. I'm going to Overwatch you with the Rattlings, and then I'm going to move towards you, making it that you can only get into the Rattlings, and then
that's what I was thinking more like if they're in the mid board, and because you know how people like to slingshot themselves up board by charging a unit, you could either do it in such a way where they can then just fall back out of range and you've left that unit potentially exposed in your turn, or yes, you just use them as a sacrificial unit. You move them 5 inches towards them, so they've got less ability to either go past them, get further up the board towards the rest of your army. So yeah, just as a sacrificial unit, being like, yeah, go on, eat them.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are not going to be able to do that against things with the fly keyword, but even then, they're still useful, I mean, the amount of people at the moment I've seen utilising things like Blood Angels with dev companies that want to run at you turn 1, or, the amount of people who are using like Orc Commandos, for example. Having units that you can put into no man's land is hugely valuable for enabling you to protect what is effectively a very gun-centric army, right? Like the fact is with the Guard is that, ultimately they are very much a shooty army, and the fact that you can essentially have Rattlings in your army that will keep the pressure off of you or assist in any way with that is a big deal. And at 50 points, I mean, crikey, how big a unit of these can I take? I could take
just 5, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
or
just 5.
10?
No,
I think it used to be 10.
Yeah, but it's just 5. Honestly, I can't see an argument for 150 points not having three units of them in an army almost all the time. I think 150 points for that functionality is actually really useful. Because again, they could be really useful for various shadow ops secondaries. So if you're trying to do like retrieve Nachman data, or you're trying to do like, what I mean? Like having those bodies with the mobility is just useful.
Yeah, it's quite useful, especially if you wanted to combo with like your science, like deep strike down, and you need to effectively screen out your opponent somewhat so you can get the optimum places for your guys to actually get the drop.
Those Rattlings are just cool, right? That's the long and short of it is. Rattlings are cool.
No, that's true. That's fair enough.
Anyway, sorry, you talk about something again, Phil.
I would like to talk about the regimental attaches and bodyguards. Now, I appreciate this is several unit profiles, but we can skim through some of them. Basically, these guys can get added to your command squad. You can have one of each attache and one bodyguard into a unit. The regimental attaches are the Master of Ordnance, Officer of the Fleet, and Astropath. They've all got the same profile. Bog standard human, movement 6, weapon skill, ballistic skill 4+, strength and toughness of 3, 1 attack, 1 wound. I read that in the wrong order. Leadership 6 and a 5+ save. They all get the, bog standard normal keywords. So the Master of Ordnance, he's got a las pistol and he's got the artillery commander ability. So in your command phase, select one enemy unit within 30 inches and visible to this model until the start of your next command phase. Each time a friendly Astra Militarum artillery model makes a ranged attack against that enemy unit, reroll a hit roll of 1.
Fair enough. It's all right.
So kind of cool, but only works against one unit, which is sort of what it always was. But before they changed it, so it was like you had to be outside of a certain range. So on a smaller board, it never really worked, so it was a bit useless. So now it's a minimum range, which is better, or within that range. The Officer of the Fleet has the Aeronautica commander ability. So in your command phase, select one enemy unit within 30 inches and visible, same as before. Until we start your next command phase, each friendly Aeronautica Imperialis model, i.e. flyers, makes a ranged attack against that enemy unit. Reroll hit roll of 1. So sort of same thing, one for artillery, one for vehicles. Then we've got the ye old faithful Astropath with his force stave. He's got divination, so he can attempt to perform the following psychic action. So he's got an inbuilt psychic action of a warp charge value of 7, though. In your psychic phase, one Astropath model from your army can attempt to perform this action. If completed, you gain 1 command point, which is kind of cool. That is nice and simple. If he's got nothing better to do, might have good odds of just gaining you a command point. And then he's a psyker, so the Astropath can attempt to manifest 1 psychic power and deny 1 in your opponent's command phase. He knows Smite, and he knows 1 psychic power from the Psychana discipline. Each time he attempts to deny the witch, manifest a psychic power, perform psychic action, measure draw distances, specifically from him, because he's actually part of a unit. If the enemy units have any ability to require measuring, you just measure to him for all rules, even though he's actually in a larger unit. And then, if I can oblige you with the bodyguard rules.
Please tell me about them.
These are, there's 2 options. You've got the Ogryn bodyguard or Nork Dead Dog, who's the special named character bodyguard. So they all get the bodyguard keyword. They've got Wall of Muscle. So each time an attack is allocated to them, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic of that attack to a minimum of 1. That's an inbuilt rule that all Ogryns and Bulgryns have. They've got Point Blank Barrage. So this model can make attacks with its Ripper gun while that unit is within engagement range of enemy units, but it can only make such attacks against units in engagement range. In such circumstances, this model can target the enemy unit even if other friendly units are within engagement range. So you can shoot your Ripper guns into close combat. Again, generic Ogryn rule with your Ripper guns. And then you've got big targets. So this is, I think, the specific bodyguard one. So each time an attack targets this model's units, use this model's toughness characteristic when making wound rolls for the attack. Each time an attack is allocated to a model in this model's unit, it must allocate it to this model. Each time a model in this unit suffers a mortal wound, this model must suffer that mortal wound. So your bodyguard uses its toughness for the whole unit, so everything else is toughness free, so that's really good because these guys are toughness 5. And it's always got to take the wounds first, sort of no matter what. The stat lines are movement 6, weapon skill 3+, for the Ogryn bodyguard. And for comparison, Nork Dead Dog has a weapon skill of 2+. Ogryn bodyguard has 4+. Ballistic skill, Nork Dead Dog has 3+. They've both got strength 6, both got toughness 5. Standard bodyguard is 6 wounds, Nork Dead Dog is 7. Ogryn bodyguards has 5 attacks. Nork Dead Dog has 1 more. They both got leadership 8, and the standard bodyguard's got a 5+ save. Nork Dead Dog has a 4+ save. And then you can arm them with a variety of weapons. So Volgrim bodyguards equipped with a ripper gun, a huge knife, and frag bombs. You can replace the ripper gun with a grenade gauntlet and bullgrin maul. You can replace the huge knife with a brute shield and slab shield. And this model can be equipped with one bullgrin plate. So the brute shield, which is the big... No, it isn't. It's the tiny shield, the little buckler, gives you a 4+ invulnerable save. The bullgrim plate gives the bearer a save characteristic of 4+, and the slab shield gives you the bearer a save characteristic of 2+. So the bullgrim plate, weirdly, you can actually now equip with the ripper guns, which you couldn't normally do in previous editions. I quickly go through some of the rules. So the ripper gun has a 18-inch range, assault 3, strength 5 -2 damage. In combat, it's strength user, which is strength 6 -1 damage. So not that good, but not too bad. The huge knife, though, has strength 8 because it's +2. Strength +2, which is strength 8, -2, 1 damage. And each time the bearer fights, you make one additional attack with this weapon. Does that mean you can only make that one attack with this weapon?
Typically.
But normally it also says one and only one.
Yeah.
So I presume you could make all of them with that.
Well, I'm trying to think, because in the case of like malefic weapons for chaos, that was one additional. So in this instance, it's each time a bearer fights, it makes one additional attack with this weapon. Oh, no, yeah, that's every attack. Every attack would have one additional attack.
Oh, so it's just, so if you use that gun and that weapon, you would get, instead of 5 attacks, you get 10 attacks.
Yeah, or 12 attacks in the case of Norky Nork.
Well, that's really good then. Okay.
Yeah, strong.
Frag bombs, we know what frag... do we know what frag bombs are? Oh, it is slightly different. Grenade D6, strength 3, -2 AP, 1 damage blast.
Yeah.
And then
so it's got a
Dead
-2
Dog.
AP, which they don't normally have.
Yes, yeah, that's quite good. He's got a ripper gun, which is the same. He's got a huge knife and frag bombs. But he's got make way, so each time this model makes a pile-in or consolidation move, it can move up to an additional 3 inches. And he's got thunderous headbutt. So each time this model makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target, in addition to any normal damage. I mean, that's pretty good if you're then rolling 12 attacks. Each time the bearer fights. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Is that the wording? Okay.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it is like a chainsword where you just get 1 extra attack. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'll have to review what the chainsword words are again.
Yeah. Oh, well, you talk about something else and yes, because then it's okay. Otherwise, it seems really good.
Yeah, otherwise it's very strong, yeah. No, that's fair. No, they're pretty cool, though. I mean, there's a good selection of stuff. I like the fact that they've actually come up with a system for putting, like, bodyguards and things into the units. That's cool. I dig it. It's fun.
Yeah, I was going to say, Astartes chainsword, each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon.
Fine. So
it is just +1. Yeah.
So just +1. Fine.
But even so, with him, you're doing 7 attacks, so potentially 1 to 2 might do a mortal wound.
Yep.
Not too shabby. And again, as we said, technically, you can resurrect these guys with the Medipack, although I don't think that will stick around for long, because that
I would agree.
is a broken combo. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do the last data sheet, Phil, and then we're going to just wrap this, because it's getting late. And,
but there's so many more to talk about.
I apologise. You know what my last one's going to be as not Death Riders, Rough Riders? No. Aegis Defence Line.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay, let's talk about that one.
So, Aegis Defence Line, those of you who played 6th and subsequently 7th edition will know it intimately. It's not the Aegis Defence Line.
They are a staple.
Yeah.
Of
oh, my
those
God.
editions.
Aegises were everywhere in 6th edition. It was like the Aegis edition. But this ain't your daddy's Aegis. Oh, no. This is a new thing. Notably, has no weapons whatsoever anymore. You can't add any form of like gun.
Yeah,
to it.
before it had the it was like a quad auto cannon. You could also give it the Icarus las cannon, but it never had it as a model. You could only get that, I think, if you bought the Bastion or something and then swapped it out.
What's really mad about, right, I've just got to kind of just get all this stuff out of the way. I haven't seen how this thing is built. I don't know what you can do with it. I don't know how it.
Oh, have you not seen? Have you not seen the Warhammer community article with the photos of the kit?
I'm gonna look.
Yeah, it came out over a week ago.
I've seen pictures of it. There's pictures of it in this book. I've just not seen.
Yeah, so there's you can see it on the picture below. There's like there's a I want to say a hexagon shape, which is a platform that models can stand on, and then either side of that is a bunch of walls, which no models can stand on. It's just a wall, like an obstacle.
Oh, here it is. Yes, I do see it.
How that works with the rules that they've written is somewhat puzzling.
Well, here's the thing, right? So before, with the old Aegis defense line, they had extensive rules about how you deployed the thing, right? It was deployed as one thing and everything had to link. Nothing here says anything has to be anywhere with anything, right?
Which makes you think it is built as one giant piece, which would be a bit mad.
But you can tell from the picture of it, it isn't.
No, it feels like it should snake around, but like there should be some flexibility in terms of how it's positioned. But yeah, maybe it's just obvious that it's.
Here is why I think this is so interesting, though, right? So, a couple of points. First of all, it's an uninteractable piece of terrain that you can deploy on your own behalf, right? So this is
there's no stats to it. You can't shoot at it.
It's
you can't destroy it.
Terrain features. After this model is set up, bearing in mind there is no instructions on how to set it up anywhere. It's just literally, after the model is set up, it is treated as area terrain feature, right? Area terrain feature just basically means it's got a footprint, but that's it. That's the only thing that it basically means. And its footprint in this instance is basically just defined by what its shadow casts over, because that doesn't give it any kind of rules, essentially, because it doesn't have a base, right? Defense line. The defense line rule is basically you can enter engagement range within 2 inches, right? That's all defense line basically does. So if I'm within 2 of the wall and you're within 2 of the wall, we're having a fight. Light cover, +1 to your saves against shots when you're in light cover. You can be in light cover on this thing if you are on it. Outside of that, you're not getting light cover from it, right? Because that's not a rule that works unless you're on it. Heavy cover, +1 to your save in combat. And defensible, which means that you can do reactions when people are coming at you. The thing it isn't, right, is breachable, which is pretty mad, if you ask me. Because... Oh, and it's got reinforced construct. Each time range attack is allocated a model while it is receiving the benefits of cover from this terrain feature, worse than the armor penetration characteristic. Fine. That's also pretty good. But the thing that really kind of sets this thing apart is the fact that you can deploy it any which way you want. There's no actual rules written for it. It's about 2 inches high, maybe 2.5 inches high. You're seeing in the photography here, it is taller than an Elder Guardian. An Elder Guardian mini sits at about 2.5 inches, right? So... it's tall, possibly even 3 inches tall in places, and you can't just walk through it. And you can put it anywhere. It's so open to exploitation, it's ridiculous.
Well, what I find weird is, so it's got an obstacle keyword, but but obstacle is a terrain trait, not a keyword.
Yeah, correct.
So the obstacle keyword implies that you should treat it like an obstacle, but rules as written, you don't, as far as I'm aware. So basically, if you are on the...
has no meaning as a keyword, just to elaborate on that point. Because of the nature of their keyword system. Their keyword system is not context sensitive. It is literal. Words for words. If you can find a way that obstacle keyword means anything in any instance, then fine, but it doesn't, so it's moot.
Yeah, so weirdly, I think if you're on the platform bit, which is quite small, you can get light cover, you can get heavy cover, it's defensible. But if you were on any other bit behind the Aegis defense line, if you're treating it as a barricade, for example, if you're behind it, you are being shot at, you're technically not actually getting the light cover because you're not in the area terrain, because it doesn't, as far as we're aware from the photos, have a base for those bits of the wall. So you're not actually on it, and it's not an obstacle, and it's not a barricade. So you would technically get I guess if it's a defense line and it's got heavy cover, you would actually get the +1 to your saving combat because you're behind it, I guess. But when being shot at, you technically won't be, even though I think the intention is clearly that you should. As you say, I mean, the fact that you've got to climb over it is kind of thematic because that's what it's there for. But as you say, it's almost 5 inches to go up and over it, let's say. So that is almost
in some instances on base sizes, right? So technically you've got to get to the edge of it, then you've got to go up, then you've got to clear your base and then go down.
Yes, because it's got the defense line, I think that means you can't end your turn on it, so you do actually have to traverse it. So yeah, it is a very odd one, and it doesn't feel like they've particularly explained well how it's actually meant to work. No. Potentially when the kit comes, maybe there's some extra info on that, or when we see how it gets built, it makes a bit more sense. Yeah,
that's the thing why I thought it was so interesting when I was reading through all the different data sheets, and why this really triggered me a bit, because I was like, because I always I am obsessed with making fortifications work in this game.
Oh yeah.
And often fortifications, I find, have some really busted mechanics in them. And this is a great example of it. And I think actually you would probably surprise some people. Now, there is some rules, obviously, about how you place fortifications in the game.
Yeah.
So, for example, in the competitive set, you can't have your terrain feature within, I think it's
6 now. Yeah, I think it was more, and then they shrunk it down.
But you're talking about a narrow set of lines that could be deployed any way you want. They've given you no guidance whatsoever. You could literally just go, I can put a bit here, put a bit over there, put a bit over there. You can literally just have it scattered.
What's interesting is in the fluff bit, in the flavour text, it says the Aegis defence lines are barricades comprising of crenellated armoured panels that link together in a solid shield wall. So the flavour text implies that it is a one piece. Obviously, that's how it's meant to be done. But in previous editions, there was always specific rules that said one piece must always be adjacent to other pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
I.e., it had to be one whole piece. It's odd that they haven't done that in this one.
Yeah,
this feels very rushed. And it feels like they've clearly gone, let's just give it the obstacle keyword. It's obvious what our intent is, but I'm pretty sure, yes, because it's all done on terrain traits. So they could have just said it's area terrain and it's also an obstacle terrain. And that, I think, would have solved it, because it would have been pretty clear how it then works. Or if they said the central piece is area terrain, the walls are obstacles, then you go, cool. Now I know how this works, and everything, whether you're behind it or on it, you get these abilities. Like, that's all it needed to do. It felt like they've done it and thought, that seems right. Yeah. Now, maybe obstacle as a keyword means something in 10th edition.
It does,
Potentially, it will, but...
Oh, sorry. If you gave it the rule obstacle, it would mean something. But because you haven't given it that rule, it means nothing.
Yes, but what I mean is potentially maybe this was built with 10th in mind in terms of how fortifications are going to work. So for us, it doesn't make sense, but maybe in 10th. I mean, that is optimistic and very kind, an assumption that is
but here's the thing.
How those are going to work. But it could just be a mistake.
Here's the thing, though, Phil, right? A Imperial Knight running up to this thing, right? If we work on the assumption that the shortest distance of its base is like 4 inches, it has to go up to it, has to go up 3, go across 4. So it's got to go 7, then go down, and then has to be able to be placed wherever the heck it's going, which will not be possible because again, if you just deploy outside of 2.1 inches, I'm talking super beardy nonsense here. I'm not talking sensible. I'm just talking about like the thing about this that's silly because you could create like you could take 2 of them, scatter them around at the front of your army, and no one could ever get into you.
I
suspect.
Well, I think in the case of a knight, I think the rule now is that it can just move over things as if they were not there, so long as it's not a.
True, the knight is a bad example actually because.
So I think that actually can overrule it. But yeah, in previous editions where it could only do that with infantry, then yeah, it would. But you're right. I think even there are large monsters like the Dimmacharon. I don't think has a rule where it can. Can leap over
the Dimmacharon deck is the other one that can.
Yeah. Or let's say even your Leman Russ tank, right? You've got to go over it, right? And it's a big chunky model. Yeah. So
I don't think a Leman Russ has enough movement to go over it technically.
Well, it does. It's 10, right? Because it doesn't need to have grinding advance.
Yeah, but how long is a Leman Russ?
Oh well, if you're going sideways.
That's true. Sideways. There you go. You thought about it.
I've got a tape measure here somewhere.
But the point is because it's not breachable, because you can put it anywhere, and because you can't interact with it in any way, shape, or form. Basically, it's the perfect accessory for a gunline army because you're basically making it near impossible. And again, to be clear, fly keyword can't interact with that. Fly keyword still has to walk over it.
No, because surely fly just ignores stuff like
this. When charging, sorry, I should be specific in my language here. If a fly unit is trying to charge through, so say for example you're sitting at 2.2 inches out of this piece of.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're talking about fly, right? Yeah.
Then they've still got to go up and over.
Yes, yeah. But that's the same sort of issue you would have now if you were hiding behind the ruins and you were outside of like say 2 inches, so you can't get your base into it, so you can't fight through the wall. You would have to go up and over it. So it's a similar sort of broken mechanic.
I agree.
With other terrain
where it's different with ruins, though, in some instances, if you have to go up and over it, you could then rely on resting on top of it and then using vertical engagement. Whereas with this, you have to go over because you can't leave it on top of it.
Yeah. No, that's true.
So, my point is, I thought the Aegis defense line was really badly written and is a beautiful demonstration of how silly their terrain rules are these days.
No, fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. And I know it wasn't necessarily as interesting as Rough Riders and all the things that everyone else spoke about, but I bet very few people have heard anyone waxing lyrical about the problem with the Aegis defense line.
I mean, it's cheap as well. I think it's like 40 points.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap for a piece of terrain that will keep people off you for ages.
Hold on, it is. Wait, not that page. Not that page. Yeah, 40 points. I was right. Which is, I think, for what is it? -1 to their AP, +1 to your save. Pretty good for that, considering how big it is and how much you could effectively hide behind it if we were treating it as a barricade.
Yeah, if you were treating it as a normal barricade, then yeah, it's still fine. But where it's silly is how it operates in
like move blocking, effectively.
Move blocking. Yeah, against certain armies, they can't get through it. And that
I suspect in tournaments you would just struggle to actually put it down on the table because of the terrain rules and because of the sheer size of it, even though it can technically bend around stuff, I would assume.
Well, so you know what the ruling was from Games Workshop, though, was that if you can't place because of a pre-existing piece of terrain...
Oh, do you move that piece?
You remove the piece, yeah. Which was really funny with the Elder Webway portal, because you could place it outside of your deployment zone, and then there was an argument that you could have placed it closer to your opponent's big, like, L shape in tournament players.
Oh, well, get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of that because I need to place this Webway portal. No one ever did it, though, because it was clearly a move.
Yes, beep that out.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I have time to edit this tonight now. We'll see how it goes.
Okay.
I'm just going to be up to the early hours. Anyway, Guard, there you go. That was us talking about Guard. Phil's going to want to have the closing thoughts on this, so I'm just going to quickly say what I think of it. I like it. It's good. It's Guard. The thing about Guard is they're fun. And the thing that makes them fun is all the cool, fun, historical, mad stuff that makes up the army. And that's what I love about it. I think Guard has just got so much flavour and so much history and so much variety. And I think this army and the way they've created it allows you to beautifully express that history as a hobbyist. I think if you've got that Krieg collection that you've lovingly built over tens of years, you can utilize it and it works perfectly. But equally, if you want to do a mishmash, if you want to do whatever you want, I think it's brilliant. But I also think it's incredible that they've created all these new kits and things that will be inviting to new players. The Lord Solar, not into him. I don't understand why we needed him. It doesn't feel Guard. But the model's fine and the overall range is cool. But for me, if I was going to dive into doing Guard at this stage, I would lean into all the old mad archetypes and have me Ratlins and me, I don't know, Ogrins and priests and crazy nonsense going on. I think that's where I'd like it. But yeah, no, I dig it. I think, look, at the end of the day, I think they've done actually a really good job with this book. And it's so refreshing to read a book that you think, yeah, it's strong in places, very strong. But at least it's grounded in some kind of sense. At least it's not just so stupid like Leagues of Votan. So yeah, overall, really like it. And I'm hopeful that Guard players everywhere are rejoicing that they're back in the game. Right, Phil?
Yeah, I think they're definitely viable for sure. Like they've definitely had a real noticeable like power boost. Like even just looking, how battle tanks have like minimum number of shots now, rather than just a D6 roll. That's good. Yes, there's some sad elements to it. No Yarrick, no Crusaders, no specialist weapons and veteran teams. Okay, I think most people can live with that. Obviously, those that had those models in their collection or leaned heavily into those like veterans and other squads, it is quite disappointing. Although I saw online someone was saying I think it was veteran squads that had a bunch of shotguns, and you can't basically have shotgun squads anymore. And the person was like, "Oh, what should I do?" And someone was like, well, you can just run them as the Krieg engineers now because they've all got shotguns. And yeah, it doesn't matter that Krieg have the Krieg keyword anymore because you can just take them in your army. And that's, I think, how you almost need to, if you were locked into one regiment, you now have sort of more endless possibilities. As you're saying, like Iron Hand, Strachan, it's like, cool, I can now add him into my army if I really want to. I can take Ursula Creed if I want to. I can take the Cadian shock troops and convert up some Krieg to, be them if I don't just want the, Krieg infantry data sheet and stuff. So it is interesting that you've got like the three core regiments are now, Cadia, Catachan and Krieg, like they're the ones that they've lent into. I think pretty much Cadia gets the most love in terms of stratagems, and relics. Catachan get, I think, one or two. I think they get one stratagem. Krieg don't really get anything, which is a bit of a shame. Anyway, but it is I think overall it's a really good book. There's lots of thematic stuff. As you're saying, I would like to add elements, if not to my Krieg army, definitely to the conceptual Lookout Sir Praetorian army that I might do. So I could have things like my Ogrins or Bulgrins, my Sentinels, stuff that I don't actually currently have in my Krieg army. So there's lots of potential for doing stuff. I do think artillery's been probably hit a lot in terms of with the balanced data slate, assuming the balanced data slate completely goes for the Guard, and that they're going to suffer the normal penalties for shooting artillery, which I think will be a bit of a shame because that's like their MO, right? That's one of their USPs. I think it's good overall. I'm pretty happy with it. I think there's just a bit of a learning curve for people, like the combination of like the tons of orders, the different types of keywords that are affected by different stuff. So you've got the squadron, you've got corps, and platoon. So you've got a few different keywords that affect different things, and just trying to remember and learn those things will take time. And now the fact is, like, loads of stratagems are really good. You don't just have to remember one or two stratagems. You kind of need to remember a bunch. So I think that it suddenly becomes an army that's probably going to be a lot harder to play, at least early doors, until you've got some decent number of games under your belt. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays out overall. I suspect they will hit that sweet mid 50-50 win rates, despite their decent power level, which is kind of, technically what you want.
Absolutely. Well, we will see. Until then, though, thanks very much for listening. Transitional noise. All right then, everyone. It's the end of the podcast, although you know better than that. We're now going to talk about a bunch of different topics, one of which is something that we promised to do in the 5-star review segment, which is review, critique, the work of Peter _builds_stuff__. He doesn't have all those additional underscores. I just added them for comic effect. Did you think it landed, Phil? Did you laugh? Did you even chuckle?
I did an LOL on the inside.
LOL. LOL. Wasn't that a Curb Your Enthusiasm gag?
I don't know, is it? I don't watch.
What?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Do you not? No. Oh my goodness.
No.
All right, well.
It's as if we're two different people, Dan, with different tastes and interests.
I feel like if anyone's listened to us for any amount of time, they couldn't believe that's possibly true.
I know, we are that homogeny of that one monster stuck together.
That's it. We're just
That's
some kind of
deep cut reference.
What were you deep cut referencing this time?
Oh, us from an episode many episodes ago where we talked about how we were a blob that had conjoined, basically.
That is true, though. I mean, we are basically a conjoined blob, a bodiless mass. Although I suppose
that's why we need to do more doubles together, because we could literally embody it. And do you know what we could do? We could get a giant T-shirt that we both stick our heads in.
I mean, why not? That would have been a pretty. That could have been a pretty good gimmick for the upcoming Age of Sigmar's double, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if we were maybe doing something like giants, then it would even be more of a gimmick, because we'd be like the actual giant, a two-headed giant.
What we could have been. If only we fought for just a moment, but it's impossible now, Phil. It's still like a month and a half away. There's no way we can do anything in that sort of time span.
No, not that I mean, we'll talk about AOS in a minute anyway. Let's talk about Pete _
Oh yeah, God, I forgot I just said I was going to do that. Yes. Anyway.
Yes, talk about his Instagram.
So at a glance, Phil, what kind of an Instagram would you call this?
It is I'd say it's a bit of a smorgasbord of different armies. It's a lot of building, let's say kit bashing, I would say. Some green stuff work in there as well.
I mean, it is undeniably a hobbygram, isn't it? That's what we would say.
Yeah, a dedicated hobby account. No hedgehogs. Thumbs down from me. But
is that what we're now going to do?
Yes.
We're gonna tear him down a peg. Like, oh, where are these hedgehogs?
Yes, because one day it'll pay off, and someone will have a hedgehog photo
ready and waiting just for when they're going to put themselves a 5-star review, and then sprinkle a few hedgehog pics into their Instagram.
I mean, if you're not doing that from now on, if you're going to leave us a review, are you even a fan?
No, that's it. That's it. Do you even...
That's the challenge.
Look out, sir.
Do you even hedgehog?
Do you even hedgehog? Who knows? What I really like about Pete's stuff is he's obviously got a real... In terms of his approach to this stuff, I mean, the majority of it is all varying levels of kit bashing and conversion work with a bit of, green stuffing. And what I really admire about what I'm seeing in all of this is the sort of... just the bravery that he kind of displays. It seems that he just kind of dives in and throws all sorts of stuff together and is really happy to be really experimental. And in some instances with some, pretty, well, not crazy rare, but like certainly, hard to come by kits and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, stuff here he's displaying that aren't your kind of, readily available, kits that he's taken and amalgamated into these different things. And I think that's best best communicated through his Orky vehicles that he's displayed around 40 odd weeks ago at the time of recording. Some really cool stuff there, man. I genuinely think that a lot of this stuff, in terms of the quality of these conversions, the way that you've kind of brought your ideas to life is really awesome to see, mate. So, I genuinely really dig it. I think it's cool. And it looks like he's going to Warhammer Fest, Phil, so that's good news, isn't it? Maybe we can bump into him and give him a sticker. Isn't that a thing we're doing?
Yes, yeah. Quite a few people have expressed an interest in our stickers that we've got. I'll be sure to take a bunch with us and we can hand them out to the people that come up to us and do the secret handshake.
Are we genuinely employing some form of secret handshake, or are you just going to hand stickers over to people who say,
I want them to come up to me, show me a picture of a hedgehog on Instagram, and then I'll give them a sticker.
Is that the prerequisite, is it now?
That is, yes, for Warhammer. So I know you're a legitimate person and not just a willy-nilly fly-by-night fan that wants a sticker but hasn't listened to the show. Hedgehog image equals sticker. That's what I'm going with. To be honest, by the time Warhammer Fest comes around, I'd have completely forgotten about it. So just come up and say hello, and that'll be enough. That
almost certainly will be. Is there anything standing out, especially to you, amongst this collection of stuff, Phil?
Oh, yes. There's some really cool, Night War Dog conversions, which it looked like he did on commission, using the Mauler Fiend kits. They are pretty impressive, I have to say, and not something I've actually seen done before. So that's, really unique. Very cool.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting combination of the Forge Fiend, is it? Or the Mauler Fiend? Either way.
It's the same kit, isn't it?
Yeah. That's really cool. I think for me, I quite like this Blood Angels Chaplain kit bash that he's done, where he's taken... Is that the head of... I'm trying to remember which helmet that is. That might just be a generic Primaris thing, but I'm trying to work out whether it's the head of Agrax, what's-his-face, from the Salamanders.
Oh, whereabouts is it on the feed? I'm just trying to have a look for it.
So you go past down the picture of him outside of Warhammer World, and then you stay to the left. There's a green stuff Wolfie pelt, and then there is the Blood Angels Death Company Chaplain mini.
Okay.
Converted.
Oh, that's the store anniversary mini.
Oh, really?
It's the same head, yeah. So it's the dead orc, and the guy is normally like a chainsword in his head.
No, above.
Above that one.
Above that one. The Blood Angel. The grey plasticky one. It's got a bird with a scroll on it.
Oh, hold on.
I'm going to have to share my screen with you, Phil.
So there's the wolf pelt one.
And then directly below that, assuming that you've got 3 of these.
Oh, right, yes. No, yes, yeah, okay. So...
Is that Agatone? Agrax Agatone? Is that E? I'm going to have to look it up.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, possibly.
Does he actually tell you where all this stuff has come from? No, that'd be far too useful. Curse you, Pete.
No.
Score.
Oh, look, he's... but apparently I gave him the body of this one.
What?
Oh, read the comment. He says, thanks again for the body beyond the tabletop. I think because I had a bunch of spare... Oh, no, yeah, I had a spare chaplain. Blood Angel.
Had a spare chaplain?
Well, I bought the chaplain, the Blood Angels chaplain, specifically for a Thunder Warrior conversion where I essentially just wanted the jump pack.
Fair.
And so I had the main bit of body going spare. And I think we just got chatting and he talked about needing it. So I was like, I'll send it to you.
Oh, amazing.
That's how it goes in the hobby. I was like, if I've got it spare and I don't need it.
That's incredibly lovely of you, Phil. I didn't even realise I was putting you over like that.
Oh, well, yes, exactly. I can be a hobby hero sometimes.
Mate, there you go.
I just choose not to be when it comes to you.
That's fair. I understand. I've gone too far. No, I don't think that is old Agatone. I mean, the joke of it is he's actually got an Agrax Agatone picture next to him with what is clearly his head still on him. So it's highly unlikely that that's where that's come from. So I'll have to search through my memory banks to try and remember what marine kit that head's from. But
it looks very similar. I mean, I think it actually could be still, and maybe he's just got two kits.
Maybe.
If not, I mean, that sort of respirator vibe is very like Hellblaster, so it could be from that kit if it's a bit more generic. But it's hard to tell from the angle, but I suspect it could be old Agrax.
I think actually you might be right with the Hellblaster shout, mate. I think that might be the one. There you go.
We try our best on these little kit bash guessing games as to where stuff comes from. Yeah.
We love a good old kit bash guess. Anyway, there we go. Thanks very much, Pete, for your 5-star review, and obviously thanks for listening. And keep up the good work, mate. We'll be following. So look forward to seeing your future updates. Anyway, what else is going on, Phil? It's Christmas, so that's a thing.
Christmas, yeah. It's my birthday coming up.
Don't forget Phil's birthday.
Another year of being an old man.
I mean, I feel like in both our cases, that kind of, well, I mean, obviously for you a little bit sooner than myself, but like that, it's kind of been the case for. I think as soon as you've gone beyond 35, it's game over, right?
But 1 year closer to playing Napoleonics.
That's true.
Sure.
That's true. We are definitely on the Napoleonics countdown at the moment, mate. That's where we're going. Exactly. I mean, it does sound like it's got some interesting gameplay mechanics, though, in Napoleonics. I hear they've got this one where you have to do, like, order rolls, and that determines how you can command your various, combat elements.
Mm.
So it's all based on like the auras of like it sounds lovely. Sounds like a good old time.
Sounds like 40k.
I mean, potentially.
As a guard player, at least.
Indeed. But yeah, so Christmas time, so that's cool. So we're going to be putting out the Christmas quiz. That's coming out Christmas Day. So a week from today, you'll have that. So that was a cool project to work on. I'm still working on it at the time of recording this, but we mixed it up this year. So basically, we didn't get together in person because sadly, Tim finally got taken down with COVID. So we couldn't record together. So we ended up just having to do it remotely. Fortunately, Tim, being the big, strong lad that he is, had no real issues with COVID.
He phoned it in.
Phoned it in, as did we all.
Quite literally all did, yes.
Yes, yeah. The thing we need to work out, Phil, is we need to work out what you're going to do for the scorekeeper. That's something I'm waiting on from you.
Yes, I mean, I've got a few ideas boiling in the background, one of which was going to involve like subtitles, which I thought would be fantastic.
Oh, great, yeah, wonderful. All of our listeners will love those subtitles.
Well, see, when we first talked about this, Dan, you were swooning over the idea of subtitles until I pointed out the fact that this is an audio-only podcast. So great for the YouTube version, which is by far the best experience for listening to or watching the show, because there are, there's a silhouette round, there's an emoji round, stuff that we've done from previous years. Very visual medium. So by all means, watch the episode over there. If you don't have to, you can just listen to it in its normal audio format, but you will be missing out on some of the fun and some of the jokes potentially. And yes, if I did subtitles, you'd be missing out on all of that as well. So I'm not going to do subtitles. I'm just going to have to work out how to do a funny voice or something. I don't know. I'll come up with something.
I just use voice changing software. That's how I get away with it.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I could just record it in my normal voice and get you to do that.
It's easy enough to do, mate. You just go on the App Store and write in voice changing software, and then just download an app that will change your voice into a robot.
Cockney Orc.
Well, maybe not a Cockney Orc, but you do such a good Cockney Orc anyway.
I mean, it only lasts for about 5 seconds, and then it goes.
Well, you could just, we could just record it in very specific bursts. It'll be fine.
I can't do. I was thinking about doing it now, but the pressure's too great.
No, exactly. It's built up. It's built up too much. Now is not the time. But yeah. So I think that's the thing, right? So we've got that coming, which is cool. Joe managed to actually 100% lose the prize, so that was well done on him. So if any of you were able to tolerate 2021's 40k quiz of the year, and if you were, thank you so much, because we completely acknowledge that the production quality of that particular quiz was pretty god awful, especially for those of you only listening to it audibly. So thank you very much for supporting that. But yeah, anyway, for those of you who did watch it, you would have seen that Phil had lovingly crafted a trophy, which was the red gobbo atop a plinth with the names of the winners. Joe's name had gone on there twice, as had the 2020 winner of COVID.
Yes, yeah, because the very first one that we did, Joe won, and he was given by Richie, the quizmaster, the red gobbo, which was the limited edition sort of Santa-esque one, where he's a bit of a communist. With his little stick waving up in the air. So that was his prize. A year later comes around and Joe's not done anything with it.
Standard.
Yes. In fact, it was 2 years, I think, because COVID was the one that... Did he win it twice?
He did win it twice. He won it 2019, 2020.
Oh, no, he won it once. Then there was COVID. And then it came around to doing last year's one.
Yeah.
And then I made the trophy for that because Joe hadn't done anything with the red gobbo. So it was a very exclusive trophy. I mean, because the red gobbo itself, if you to try and buy it now on eBay, because it's so hard to find, I think it would be anywhere between like 50 and like 100 quid. So it was, not cheap.
No, it was a pretty illustrious prize is what you're getting at.
Exactly. Quite hard. Well, it'd be very hard for us to replicate now.
Yes, absolutely.
Put it this way.
But replicate it we must, because Joe being Joe, he's lost it. I mean, I did have to think that when we handed it over to him at the end of last year's quiz, I did think to myself in that moment, it's like, is this really the right move? It's like, have we mucked up here?
Yes, I mean, in hindsight, we probably should have let him have a photo holding it and then snatched it straight off him and looked after it ourselves. So it's probably somewhere still lost in the labyrinthine maze that is foreground. Or is it the Factorum?
The foreground Factorum, yeah.
Yeah, so it's there somewhere. As left by Joe, unfortunately.
Oh, well. So, yeah, if anyone is, in that neck of the woods and they want to see if they can find it for us somehow, some way, then fantastic. But I think we just have to resign ourselves to the fact that that's now long gone, which is a shame.
We just have to do $1 Million Man and make it bigger and better and stronger.
That's it.
Or was that Daft Punk lyrics? I can't remember.
No, well, I think the two are the same, as it were. Potentially, I can't remember all of the nuances of the $1 Million Man. It wasn't a show I really watched as a younger human, or even as an older one, for that matter. Anyway, yeah. So that was that. So yeah, Joe lost the prize, which sucks, but we'll figure that out, and then. Yeah, we recorded that, which is cool. The other thing that's exciting, as we already talked about in the intro, was that we have done an exclusive bat rep for our patrons. So if you are a patron, please head over to patreon.com. Head to the Lookout Sir section of Patreon. And essentially, if you are one of those aforementioned patrons, you will be able to access a battle report of my Adeptus Mechanicus facing off against the forces of Phil's Death Korps of Krieg, with a few proxy type situations representing new miniatures, right, Phil?
Yeah, we swapped out a few things. Not anything egregious. Basically, the Rough Riders, we played using my Death Rider minis, my Grenadiers, which aren't really a thing anymore. I ran them as Kazakin, because the best options is either them or Scions, both of which are possible. Oh, and I had two heavy mortars, which I ran as the new field ordnance batteries, as the mini basilisk ones, the bombards. And that was, and I had my Venner, my field marshal Krieg model, I ran as Ursula Creed. And I think that was it for sort of trying out the new models. Yeah, proxies, I guess, but they're all kind of quite visually representative, so I don't think it's anything in the realms of...
No, I would always... I mean, honestly, Phil, I would encourage you to run it that way all the time. I think that was... I think that's the way to go.
Yes, yeah. I've definitely been toying with what to do with my Grenadiers and whether they should be Kazakins or Scions. I'm still a bit on the fence to do that. I think potentially the answer is both, and depending on the format. So if I just want one or two squads, they'd probably be Kazakin. I love the idea, and prior to like a year or so ago, before my lust for Krieg waned somewhat, I was planning on doing a Scion specific detachment using the Grenadiers, because I had a bunch of spare models that I wanted to use, and I could basically build up a command squad. So I like the idea of doing that and making like a dedicated themed detachment just about those guys, which were called the Lucky Sevens, which is based on a really old bit of artwork. There was a green Imperial Guard Rhino, I think it was, in the back of, one of the magazines or one of the painting guides, and it said Lucky Sevens on it. So I've always had that in the back of my mind as a cool name to recycle. Nice. So yeah, I wanted the effectively the detachment of Grenadiers / Scions to be called Lucky Sevens, so I could, thematically give them a bit more of a story than just generic Krieg infantry. So that's still something I might do at some point. And I think having seen loads of photos online, the newer Cadian models are actually really scaled quite well against the old Forge World models. So actually I think swapping the odd arm or bits of equipment, I think will work really well. So, banner bearer, medic, stuff like that, I think will go quite well with the Krieg Forge World line, as well as the plastic ones, of course, look pretty good.
No, agreed, mate. I mean, it's cool though, right? I mean, it's it's a good place for the Guard to be. And I think, the thing I've kind of already laboured this point throughout already, but just to say it again, the thing I always like about the Guard, and I especially like about them now with the new book, is the way that I think it really now encourages a kind of hobby mentality. I think that's an army that sort of embraces more of the sort of almost old school mentality of, get your miniatures, build what you like, create something that's personal to you, and use this as a kind of template to express yourself within the hobby, as opposed to the rigid kind of must be this miniature with this helmet and this iconography. Obviously, that is still available to you. You can just do an off-the-shelf Cadian army, and that'll do fine. But yeah, as I've kind of laboriously said already, I think that's one of the cool things about Guard, and definitely one of the things that works well for someone like yourself who has that really beautiful old Death Korps of Krieg range, that you can just bring that to life in loads of interesting ways. And I think, for someone even like Richie, who's got the Elysians, I appreciate there's not necessarily a perfect solution for them, but you can still rock those minis and build them into your army, and I think it breathes a lot of life into stuff that had otherwise been considered made obsolete.
Yeah. I think with Elysians, you could actually run them quite well as a Scions army because they were always meant to be elite. Now they're meant to have regular lasguns, not hotshots, but they all get to deep strike, which is a good proxy for what the Elysians used to do. Obviously the Sentinels don't quite match up because that had like a multi-melter and could deep strike loadout, so that's kind of out the window. But you could just use it as a regular Sentinel and swap out the weapons. And then you had like the buggies, which I think one of them was called the Taurox or Taurox.
Yeah, the Taurox.
Very similar names. So those you couldn't really use as anything else, but again, you could either use it as Sentinels or the Scion Taurox and, just go, it's got transport capacity, even though it's really only meant to be 2 people. So yeah, that one's, again, you'd struggle with, but anything else like the flyers and stuff, you'd be fine with, although you're still obviously limited by the number that you can take because of the balanced data slate. But yeah, you get a much more sort of pick and mix style of, you're no longer stuck with one regiment trait because that's what it's always meant to have, right? Krieg don't get cult sacrifice. They can take it if they want to, but they don't need to. So yeah, I think that's pretty good, for what the guard can do.
No, totally agree. Anyway, yeah, so what's cool is we've got that bat rep, and it's, something I'm actually really happy with. I think, a sense of Phil, only critique. Maybe could have shaved 2 minutes off of his army overview. Other than that.
I think mine was nice and thorough, whereas you just didn't know what yours was. So
I didn't know what mine was.
Very
I pointed at all the things and said the words.
And then we're like, and this other thing isn't here, but, we'll let people enjoy for what it is.
Yeah. Anyway,
there's definitely some improvements we know we can make for the next one, just to up it from its garage basement dwelling YouTube video up to the lofty heights of a premium content YouTuber. So obviously we'll probably use some mics and use some better lighting and stuff like that. But I think it was pretty good. I think for what it was.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, I think if we just get some microphones on the go, and then And what's cool though is that I suppose I've got my, gaming space that I've got in my new gaff. So I'm looking forward to sort of decking it out a bit. And I mean, it's going to be a bit of a project for me over the foreseeable, but yeah, I've got some fun expectations for that. So yeah, looking forward to getting that done, and looking forward to getting you back soon, mate, to record whatever it is we're going to do for next month.
Ooh, that would be good. Maybe we'd do an AOS game, because we need to actually get some practice games in.
No, that's true. Yeah, we could probably do a few
ahead of the doubles.
We could do a few practice games, as it were. Maybe we could get ourselves some of the other lads along and do like a weird little knockout series or whatever.
Oh, yeah, or just a doubles game.
Yeah. Or just that would probably make more sense, wouldn't it? Actually, just practice for the thing we're going there to do.
Yes.
Yeah, let's try and make that happen, man. That'd be cool, actually. Yeah, I'm up for that. Anyway, there's that. That's all happening. And then beyond that, obviously, we're getting into a little bit of a Christmas break. So we've done this episode. You're going to get your Christmas quiz on Christmas Day. Obviously, those of you who support us on Patreon, we've already labelled this point, but there's a video there for you as well. And then we're coming back. When did we say we were coming back? Sort of second, third week of January, wasn't it?
I think we said second, which might be the 15th or 17th. It was something like that. Yeah,
I feel like we were potentially talking about trying to get one out for the 14th. So we'll see how it goes.
Sounds about right.
It's either going to be the 14th or the 21st. We'll keep you updated on social media.
I think we said 14th, because 21st is too long.
Yeah, I think so. But then, it is Christmas, Phil. It is Christmas.
Yeah, but, Christmas doesn't go all the way to the end of January.
I wish it did.
We don't
wouldn't
get a
that be
break.
No,
Indeed.
no, not here in the editing minds of Lookouts. That's a thing as well, isn't it, Phil? I think you do want to edit the next one, not the podcast, just the Patreon video.
I mean, I could give it a go. It will have definitely a different artistic sense of style to it.
But I think that'd be cool, though. I think that's better, though, right? That we sort of mix it up, because that's the thing I like about the Patreon video stuff, is that it's never intended to be the same thing, right? Like, so this first one is about rep because we wanted to play, not AdMech specifically, but we wanted to play with the Astra Militarum. So it was a great opportunity to do that, and that's what we did. And that worked really well. But the next one, I don't know. I mean, as you say, it sounds like it's probably going to be Age of Sigmar, Bat Rep type thing, which will be interesting in and of itself. One of the things I'm really keen to do is try and do something that celebrates patrons specifically. So maybe it's a case of like getting like some of the patrons to join us in a kind of or record for us like a Q&A segment. So like maybe it's a get to know, our patrons kind of thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm throwing out.
I mean, it's quite easy to do like a Q&A type thing. I mean, they don't need to record anything. Just get them to post questions and we can answer them.
No. Not us answering their stuff. Them answering our stuff. Who are you? What are you doing? Do a nice little weird little thing where you get to kind of showcase Patreon members rather than just us prattling on all the time. They know what we're about. Maybe they want to hear what everyone else is about.
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Might turn out that some of them are better qualified to be doing this than we are.
And then one of us will lose our job and or fight to the death for it.
That's it. Maybe that's what we need to do, though, Phil. Maybe that's the long-term plan for this, is that we need to find our successors.
Possibly. Do a have I got news for you style where it's a different person every week.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because that's it, you see. We're in that thing, like when Chris Evans did the Big Breakfast. Not that Chris Evans, as in the UK Chris Evans, which is a very different Chris Evans from Captain America. The ginger one from the 90s. You remember him, Phil?
Yes.
Yeah, he did that show, The Big Breakfast, didn't he? And then, when it was time to leave The Big Breakfast, who would take his place? I can't remember now. I think it went straight to Johnny Vaughan, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Quite possibly. Anyway, yeah, we just need to find our Johnny Vaughan.
They're out there.
They are out there. Absolutely. Anyway, so that's that. Christmas. Yeah, beyond that, I'm sort of drawing a blank, mate. I think that pretty much wraps up. We've got the Age of Sigmar doubles coming up. You've done an incredible job with the horses. You want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, sure. I basically did 2 test minis, effectively using the same colour scheme, but
explain what it is, Phil. 2 test minis are what?
Of some Hex Wraith horses, not the actual Hex Wraith models, because I'm converting mine up. In fact, I tell a lie, they're the Dreadblade Harrow minis, because you get 2 in a box. I only need 1 of them for the tournament, so the idea was I would do a test mini using each one, and then whichever wins the competition in my head, / asking people on Instagram what they thought, I would use one of them, and then the other one I can just push to one side and not need it. So I effectively painting up 2 models, only need one of them for the actual army. They're the lieutenants, effectively, of the Nighthawk range. So I'm just working on the horses at the moment because that's the bigger part. I think the riders will be a bit easier to paint up. So yeah, basically I did 2 different styles. One of them is effectively like a pseudo slap chop style. It's a zenithal highlight, undercoat. So black primer with grey and white on top, with a dry brush layer as well of white to pop some of the detail. and then effectively glazing with an airbrush all the other colours. So the ghostly greens to wispy whites along the little ghost tendrils. I guess I never know what the right term for those bits are. I call them smoke, even though it's not actual smoke. So I did one like that, and then I did another one which is more of a classic method of just starting on a black undercoat and building up the colours with the airbrush in a similar manner, but a slightly more streamlined process. So with the undercoat, the zenithal style and the glazing, I sort of started with whites and the lighter colours going to the darker greens. So sort of working outwards, inwards into the model in terms of the smoke trails at the back going to the main body. Whereas with a more traditional method, I started with the green body first and working up to the lighter colours, sort of working inwards, so working from the inside outwards. Basically, they look very, very similar.
I mean, I would say identical based on the photos.
Yeah, I think on the photos it's a bit hard to tell, but basically the second method, which is a more traditional method, is a bit darker, whereas the glazed version's a bit lighter, which originally I didn't like, but then seeing the two, I actually prefer. So obviously that's for a more convoluted option. Which one do you think I went for, Dan? Bearing in mind you already know the answer.
I do know the answer. I wish, for your own sanity, you'd just this once actually do what you say you were always intending to do, which is to do the easy option.
I know.
But I know you hate
That's
yourself.
not my
enough.
MO. That's
No.
not my MO, is it?
No.
Yes. So basically I went for a slightly more complicated one. However, I am going to streamline it slightly to improve the process. And because I'm batch painting them all, I think so I've got 15 hex race plus 2 other characters. So 17 horses to do, plus obviously 17 riders and a big old tree as part of the diorama base as well. So I've got all of that to do. So I'm going to streamline the painting. So I think I can get it done. And I'm going to skip out some of the bits. So a lot of the edge highlighting I won't do, unless I have time at the very end. And if I do, then I'll get it done. If not, I'll do a bit more of a rough and ready, just airbrush style base coats, leave it at that. And I'll worry about the highlights and edge highlights, for another time. But hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get it all done, this time round.
I mean, it seems like you're making pretty reasonable progress thus far, mate. So I have the faith.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the more time-consuming bits on the horses, at least, is painting the bone and like the skull and the ribs colours and the reins, because that's actually all got to be done by hand, like just normal brushwork, and layered up traditional method. But it is a bit fiddly because you've got to paint neatly up to the edge of the stuff you've airbrushed and you don't want it to spill over. So that's the bit where you got to take your time. So I think that will be actually the most time consuming bit. The actual airbrushing bit's relatively quick. I mean, I did probably spend the best part of a day and a half on each one originally, but I think that was just because it's the test mini. So I'm sort of trying to work out the actual process and a lot of umming and ahhing about the best way about going about it. So hopefully I've refined that. I've written down my order of how to do stuff, so I'm hoping I can smash it out.
No, understandable, mate. No, I hope so too. I mean, on my side, I'm falling behind on orc stuff, but it's mostly just because I've been busy with stuff. But yeah, I'm hoping over Christmas I can get my gore grunters and my brutes done. So yeah, that should be all right. I'm feeling confident about it still. I'm really happy with how the war boss looks at the moment. Noting that I still need to finish.
A bit Santa-y, isn't he? You got a bit of a snowy theme going on.
Well, I'm doing the snowy bases for sure.
Snowy base, and he's in red, isn't he?
He is, yes, yeah. Well, so I'm going for the is it Bloodtooth clan. So they are red with yellow. So yeah,
just need cool. Get him a little Santa's hat.
I could get him a little Santa's hat, yeah. Although this event is scheduled for end of January, so the necessity to really lean into the Christmas vibe has sort of passed us by then.
That is sadly true.
But I suppose he could maintain that Christmas vibe on the basis that he was painted during said time, and ultimately it will, last as a memento
Exactly.
to when it was Christmas once.
Exactly. Orcs just aren't for Christmas; they're for life.
Isn't that the truth? But look, I reckon that pretty much brings us to the end of episode 145, which brings us to the end of the year 2022, at least as it concerns Lookout Sir 40k podcasts episodes. Obviously, the quiz is still happening. That is not technically an episode, so I feel like I'm okay in signing off in that way. Do you have any last little messages, Phil, you want to share with people as they go into that period of time where they reflect and consider all that was in the year 2022 and what lays ahead of them in 2023?
Exactly. When they get deluged with New Year, New Army posts on Instagram. Just like to, thank everyone for listening. It's, greatly appreciated. We pretty much say it every episode, but we do heartfelt and genuine, mean it. It's always great that people bothering to listen to us prattle along. So yes, thank you very much. A Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year. Looking forward to seeing some of you next year for sure at Warhammer Fest and the like, and, hearing from you on the old socials.
Indeed. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.